Chapter 2169. Qingzhou Martial God Camp. Grandfather, Mother, everyone, I'll leave for now. In the end, Lin Ling took a deep look at his family, carried the ancient sword on his back, and flew towards the sky. Go. Ling, you died in the martial god realm in your previous life. You'll find the answer when you reach there. Elder Tai Yen and the others were also a little reluctant because Lin Ling had just arrived and he had to leave again. On the path of martial arts, one would fall behind if they didn't advance, unless they could surpass 10,000 worlds one day. However, they were proud of Lin Ling. If you can escape from this world, I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, when I come back, you'll all die even if you run to the ends of the earth. After Lin Ling left the rainforest's sacred land, he floated in the sky and swept his gaze across the entire sky. After a cold smile, he strode away. The Sun God King and the other ancient giants thought that Lin Ling couldn't find them, but in fact, Lin Ling had already seen them. However, due to the lack of time, Lin Ling decided to let them be proud for the time being. Once again arriving at the void passage of the ghost realm, Lin Ling walked in and passed through the mysterious path of the martial god realm. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. When Lin Ling approached it, he immediately felt an extremely wonderful feeling wrap around his body. By the time Lin Ling opened his eyes, the sky was even higher, the land was even more vast, and the spirit energy was even denser. The sky here seemed to be endless. Martial God Realm. Lin Ling's lips curled into an excited smile. It was a smile of anticipation for breaking through the bottleneck and reaching a new world. From the North Territory? At this time, an indifferent voice floated over. Under the lofty mountains in front of him, two slender figures stood on top of the mountain. A pair of indifferent eyes looked at Lin Ling as if they wanted to see through everything about Lin Ling. So strong. And Lin Ling was also looking at them. His left eye could sense that these two mysterious existences had extremely dense world essence energy on their bodies. Of course, to be cautious, Lin Ling quickly retracted his gaze. It's been many years since anyone came to the North Realm. I didn't expect that someone would finally step into the martial god realm today. And he looks very young. One of the men said with a smile. This man was nearly 2 meters tall and wore a uniform. His hair was brown. Lin Ling had never seen anything like that in his life. The other was an old man with long golden hair. He seemed to be quite old, but he seemed to be quite cynical. He played with a mysterious flame in his right hand as he stared curiously at Lin Ling. Greetings, seniors. After sizing him up, Lin Ling said in a neither arrogant nor servile manner. We are the guardians of the world seat, so you don't have to be too wary. However, you came from the North Realm, and no one has come to that place for a long time. This means that your talent is not bad. The brown-haired middle-aged man said with a smile. It's more difficult to comprehend realm energy in a weak realm. You can comprehend realm energy at the peak martial emperor realm. That's not easy. His smile was very sincere. It seemed that he also came from the North Realm, so he had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Lin Ling. However, just as he finished speaking, the old man beside him said in horror, "This young man seems to be only at level 4 martial emperor realm." What? Hearing this, the brown-haired middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. In Qingzhou, a peak martial emperor who could comprehend realm energy was an amazing existence. As for a level 5 martial emperor who could comprehend realm energy, they were geniuses from various realms. However, the young man with the big sword was only at level 4 martial emperor realm. Wasn't this too fierce? Moreover, his realm energy has reached 10%. The old man said again. World essence. In the beginning, it was the seed of world essence. Next, it was the conversion of laws. The more one converted, the stronger one would be. But generally speaking, most world essence seeds had just risen. Lin Ling had reached 10%. One must know that if he reached 100%, he would be the master of a world. This young man is not simple. Moreover, it seems that he hasn't even cultivated for 1,000 years. The brown-haired middle-aged man finally looked at Lin Ling seriously. To a martial artist, 1,000 years of cultivation was considered a junior. 10,000 years was the real standard. Ha, an amazing fellow has come to our North Realm. However, let me remind you, the martial god realm has gathered the most ferocious experts of various realms. If you are too dazzling, you will attract unnecessary trouble. The golden-haired old man said with a smile, I have a set of chi concealment divine art here. Cultivate it and it can roughly conceal your aura. Lin Ling quickly thanked him. He was not a newbie and he naturally knew that it was his first time in this place. It was always right to keep a low profile. After that, he received the jade slip the old man tossed over. After he checked it, the realm energy on him was concealed, and it seemed like he only possessed realm energy seeds. As they watched Lin Ling cultivate without any bottlenecks, the two seniors were secretly surprised. They never expected that Lin Ling's comprehension ability would be so strong. He had learned the chi concealment divine art with a single glance. Where do you intend to go next? The martial god barracks of Azure Prefecture. That place is quite cruel. The two seniors were slightly surprised when they heard this. Lin Ling blinked. Actually, he didn't know where the Azure Prefecture martial god barracks was, but the mysterious blue-robed young man definitely had his reasons for pointing him there. Not to mention that he wanted to save someone, so the Azure Prefecture martial god barracks should have a way. That place is very cruel indeed. To be honest, it's just an army barracks. However, it has its own benefits. If you're able to enter it, then you'll be able to obtain everything you want. Of course, it's very difficult to become a member of it because failure is death. The brown-haired middle-aged man frowned as he spoke. Even though he'd only met Lin Ling once, Lin Ling was from his hometown. So, he didn't want to see Lin Ling head to the Azure Prefecture martial god barracks. Most importantly, Lin Ling's natural talent allowed him to choose a better place. Thank you, lords. I still intend to head to the Azure Prefecture martial god barracks. Lin Ling bowed. All right. The two of them exchanged glances and tossed a jade slip over. Lin Ling received it and immediately looked through it, and the jade slip provided him with directions. There was no time to lose, and Lin Ling hurriedly bid his farewells and left. Go on. I hope you'll be able to gain a firm foothold in Azure Prefecture. The two seniors said with a smile. Azure Prefecture had gathered a large number of experts from various worlds. Most of the experts who possessed boundary seeds in the vicinity had gathered in Azure Prefecture. As he walked along the main road, Lin Ling felt extremely relaxed as he looked ahead. There were huge unicorns galloping in front of him. Lin Ling quietly looked with his left eye and was surprised to find that the unicorn's strength had actually reached level 5 Martial Emperor realm. The things in the martial god realm were truly abnormal. As he walked along the main road, gradually, more people appeared. They were dressed in all sorts of clothes and seemed to be experts from various places. Of course, on the surface, those people looked very young, about 20 years old. However, in terms of strength, they definitely surpassed the Sun God Emperor and the others in Lin Ling's world. Chapter 2170. Iron Blood Ancient City. At this time, a voice came from the side. Two young men were looking at Lin Ling in surprise. One of them was extremely tall, with a small braid on his head, while the other was dressed in a black robe. He looked somewhat cold, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes when he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling naturally didn't care about that gaze. He smiled and said, "How do you know?" "Yes." The tall young man rolled his eyes. "Walking on this road, where else can we go if not to the Martial God Barracks? Moreover, the Martial God Barracks is opening this year, and everyone is rushing there." "Yes." "That's my negligence." "Yes." Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. "Don't tell me you just came to the Martial God world." "Yes." "That seems to be the case." "Yes." "Just look at you, then let's go." "Yes." After chatting for a while, the three of them walked along the main road. Perhaps because they came from other places, they weren't familiar with each other, but they didn't hate each other either. Through the conversation, Lin Ling found out that the tall young man with the braid was called Pan Lun. He came from somewhere in the southern border, and was one of the top geniuses there. His father had rushed him to the martial god world to raise his cultivation. As for the cool young man called Lu Chengfeng, he always had a look of disdain on his face, and didn't talk much with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had seen countless people, and knew that this guy was just pretending. Lu Qingfeng also came from another world, and his strength was above average in his family. He came to the martial god world to see a wider world. Compared to them, Lin Ling was a bit speechless. Because in his own world, he was the strongest, but these two were not the masters of their own worlds in their own homeworlds. As the three of them walked forward, more and more people appeared in front of them, and their strength was unfathomable. There are more and more people. Yes. Pan Luyun was somewhat excited. Lin Ling's eyes also lit up. The first thing they saw was a huge city made of steel. This city was blood red in color, as though it was a military city made of iron and blood. Outside the city walls, there were many young people walking on the streets. Their faces were filled with excitement. Compared to Lin Ling, who knew nothing about the martial god realm, the others were clearly more familiar with it. Qingzhou Martial God Barracks. If he couldn't fly, then it would be a land of death. However, although it was cruel, the people who came here were all the strongest powerhouses of their respective worlds, so what was there to fear? I've finally arrived. I've been walking on the spiritual road for 3 months. This long journey has finally come to an end. If I can become a member of the Martial Gods Battalion, I'll be able to go home proudly. With so many people competing, do you think it's easy? You're not the only genius from the various worlds. Along the way, there were voices everywhere. When Lin Ling and the others entered the city, they found that the city was full of people. Moreover, from time to time, they would see some youths wearing armor, smiling as they looked at the newcomers entering the city. They were all pointing at them as if they were experienced people. Moreover, when they entered the city, Lin Ling sensed that there were people on the city gate checking the people entering the city. It seemed that those who had cultivated for more than 1,000 years were all not allowed to enter the city. This might be a rigid standard, which meant that those who entered the city were all from the true younger generation. So cool, these buildings are all made of steel, which is rare in our world. Pan Luyun was extremely excited. A frog at the bottom of a well. Beside him, Lu Qingfeng was acting as usual. Lin Ling ignored them. He was thinking about how to find a way to cure Xian Yuange and the others. Let's go and have a meal first. The food in the Martial Gods Battalion is said to be very good, and the most important thing is that it's free. Tisk, then let's hurry up and occupy the seats. Pan Luyun pulled Lin Ling forward, which surprised Lin Ling free. This was too good. Lin Ling, don't think too much. After all, this is a military camp, and it might be the last meal of your life, so it's definitely free. Lu Qingfeng said disdainfully. This guy was slowly becoming more talkative. Lin Ling was speechless. This was the same as going on the road after eating a full meal. Wouldn't they become hungry ghosts after going to hell? The three of them randomly found a restaurant and walked in. Inside the restaurant, there was a sea of people, and the sound of laughter could be heard continuously. There's a seat over there, hurry up. Pan Luyun's eyes were sharp, and he quickly pulled Lin Ling and Lu Qingfeng over. After all, if they were late, the seat would be snatched up. The three of them quickly sat down and looked at the menu, licking their lips. After all, this was the first time they had eaten the food of the martial god realm. You guys, move aside. However, just as Lin Ling and the others sat down, 3 figures appeared in front of them. They seemed to be a little late, so they had their eyes on Lin Ling's table. Seeing this, Lin Ling acted as if he did not hear anything, and so did Lu Qingfeng. Instead, it was Pan Luyun who said, "We saw this seat first, so what right do you have to ask us to leave? Oh, you're talking to us in such a tone?" Among the 3 of them, a young man in a blue uniform frowned and said, "We're from the Sudi County, and you're from the countryside. However, I don't think you understand, so I'll tell you directly. We're warriors from the martial god realm, and you're from the lower realm, so you have to give up your table and chairs to us." Another young man in a gray robe said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the restaurant became silent. Most of the people present were from the lower realm, but those people were from the martial god realm. This was indeed the difference between the countryside and the city. Pan Luyun's expression changed slightly. Lin Ling could see that although Pan Luyun's strength was not weak, he was not as experienced as Lin Ling had imagined. Of course, this was normal. Lin Ling's realm was relatively weak, so the weak were prey to the strong. It was extremely cruel. Pan Luyun was a young master of a family, so naturally he did not have much experience. "Shopkeeper, give me a martial god cow, preferably spicy." Without thinking much, Lin Ling looked at the menu and said lightly, "Good, and a few bottles of good wine." Lu Qingfeng, who was next to him, also said and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. "Okay, right away." "Yes." Immediately, a voice came from the depths of the restaurant. The restaurant became even quieter. Many people stared at Lu Qingfeng and Lin Ling. These two guys were really bold. As for the three young men from the martial god realm, their expressions were ugly. "Do you know what the Sooty County is?" The young man in a gray robe said coldly. In fact, Lin Ling was new here, so he really did not know what a county was. "Brother Qingfeng, is the martial god realm always so lively? Eating a meal and people come to watch. Is there no food to eat?" Lin Ling said with a smile. His expression was calm. Lu Qingfeng, who was next to him, was stunned. Then he said, "Maybe these people are born to be cheap." "Yes." "You're right." "Yes." Lin Ling nodded seriously and looked at Pan Luyun. "Brother Pan, what do you think?" "Yes." Pan Luyun was surprised by Lin Ling's courage because he saw that Lin Ling was only a rank 4 martial emperor. However, since Lin Ling and Lu Qingfeng had spoken, he gradually became less afraid. If they bark a few times like a dog, give them a few bones, it's not a big problem. "Yes." Chapter 2171. Psycad Commandery, You're Courting Death. The young men were enraged, and the gray-robed young man directly attacked. At the 5th level of the martial emperor realm, his laws had reached 10 million. From this perspective, they were much more talented than Heavenly God Nine Suns and Fire Cloud Unification. After all, in Lin Ling's place, one would need to be at least a 7th-layer martial monarch in order to possess 10 million rules of order. Can't even withstand a single blow. At this moment, a gust of wind drifted out and turned into a palm that slapped towards the gray-robed youth. His laws had reached 20 million. It was Lu Qingfeng. He was also a rank 5 martial emperor, but the number of laws he possessed was terrifying. Although the martial god realm comprehended the world essence, the laws were also very important. After all, the world essence was converted from the laws. Bang bang bang. The gray-robed young man was struck by the law, spat out a mouthful of blood, and retreated. "Qingfen, you actually have 20 million precepts?" Pan Luyun cried out in alarm. He sensed that Lu Qingfeng had not unleashed his full strength. Furthermore, he had not used his boundary origin seed. The people in the restaurant were also extremely surprised. The gray-robed youth felt a wind whistling through his body, causing him to feel numb. It was difficult for him to even move a finger. "Kill them!" He roared angrily, and the two people beside him pounced over. They burst out with more than 1,000 laws. If the two of them joined forces, they should be able to suppress Lu Qingfeng. "Go back!" And at this time, white flames filled the air, forming a mysterious circle of samsara. Laws surged out in a mighty manner. Lin Ling also made his move. 50 million nomological laws? A sky full of flames appeared in front of the two people's eyes, causing their expressions to change drastically. Then the gloomy and cold flames surged towards them, causing them to fly backwards and smash into the wall, causing them to spit out blood. Fire attribute martial artist? Heavens, he was only a level 4 martial emperor. Yet, he possessed 50 million nomological laws? Is this guy the genius martial god of the commandery? Impossible, these people seem to be from the lower realm. I didn't expect that there would be so many fierce people in the lower realm this year. It was as if the restaurant had exploded. Everyone was shocked. After all, a rank 4 martial emperor possessed 50 million precepts. If he were to convert his boundary essence, the power of his boundary essence would not be weak. Most importantly, Lin Ling had a lot of room for growth and great potential. After that, many people stared at the three young men mockingly. The three of them had come on behalf of their commandery, but they had lost to warriors from the lower world. How shameful! 50 million nomological laws. The three young men's faces were ugly, and their eyes were filled with fear as they stared at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling frowned. He realized that the 6 paths of reincarnation in the martial god realm was much weaker. But this was to be expected. The 6 paths reincarnation represented the laws of his world, and in this world, the power of the laws would definitely be weakened. Still not getting lost? Do you want me to treat you to a meal? After that, Lin Ling sat back down and muttered to himself, "Kid, you've got guts." The three young men glared at Lin Ling angrily. In the end, they left behind some threatening words and strode away. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't care about such threats. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, with his many years of combat experience, he naturally wouldn't be afraid if others came knocking on his door. "How are you so powerful?" Lu Qingfeng and the other young man looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They had not expected Lin Ling to possess so many precepts. Moreover, along the way, Lin Ling had left a good impression on them. He was low-key and calm. They had not expected this guy to be so fierce when he was angry. "You're really something." Lu Qingfeng laughed, and the disdainful look in his eyes finally disappeared. Lin Ling had gained his approval because Lin Ling should be an arrogant warrior. Moreover, Lin Ling should have killed many people. In fact, if the Qi concealment divine art had not concealed Lin Ling's aura, they would have discovered that Lin Ling's murderous aura was several times stronger than theirs. Although they were also geniuses from their respective hometowns, there were people stronger than them in their hometowns. Therefore, when they encountered great storms, most of them were blocked by their seniors. As for Lin Ling, he was the #1 Emperor Realm Master in his hometowns. When he encountered great storms, he could only rely on himself. Therefore, his murderous aura was naturally stronger, and his style of doing things and experience were stronger. You haven't used the boundary seed yet. Otherwise, your strength would be even more abnormal. Pan Luyun said again. Isn't it the same for Lu Qingfeng? Lin Ling replied with a smile. Pan Luyun shook his head helplessly and said, "Both of you are abnormal." Although the three of them had met by chance, they were like-minded. After a very happy meal, they all left. The young man in the restaurant looked deeply at Lin Ling and Lu Qingfeng. He knew that the difficulty of entering the martial god's camp had increased because of these two guys. The inns in the city were also free of charge. Lin Ling and the other two casually found an inn to stay in. That night, Lin Ling sat cross-legged and waited for the martial god's camp to open the next day. With the help of the 6 paths of reincarnation, his current nomological laws could reach 50 million. However, this was not his limit. His left eye kept flickering as he recalled the time when the Netherworld Emperor had used the 6 paths of reincarnation. Gradually, his 6 paths of reincarnation increased again. It had reached 55 million. And this was extremely terrifying. This was because he had only comprehended it for a short period of time, but his progress was monstrous. This was how terrifying the 10,000 demonic eyes were. Even when he wanted to comprehend it again, due to the limitation of his cultivation level, it was difficult for him to increase his nomological laws. After all, Lin Ling was only a rank 4 martial emperor and his own nomological laws were only 350,000. Now that he had 50 million nomological laws, it was naturally beyond his limit. Lin Ling stopped cultivating. He thought of his home, his grandfather, and Yu Yu and the others. Even the scene of him having sex with Yu Yu and the others appeared in his mind. In that hazy state, Lin Yi also had many younger brothers and sisters. After a quiet night, when Lin Ling woke up, he smiled bitterly. He did not expect to have such a dream. After washing up, he went downstairs. Pan Luyun and the others had been waiting for him for a long time. When they saw Lin Ling, they could not help but smile. After a simple greeting, the three of them immediately headed toward the martial god's camp. As they walked forward, an iron-blooded military camp began to appear in front of them. A thick murderous aura soared into the sky as if a god of war was sitting on the ground. The aura was so strong that even Lin Ling gasped. His left eye could see that it was a kind of universal power. Clearly, The universe was more mysterious than the heavens and the earth. The person behind the martial god's camp has a strong background. Lin Ling thought to himself. Indeed, there was always someone stronger in the martial god's world. Looking around, the surrounding youths were also very powerful. Most of them were rank 5 martial emperors, and a few were rank 6 martial emperors. However, their bodies had powerful nomological laws, and the power of realm essence was faintly discernible. The others could not see through this, but Lin Ling's left eye could. He compared them and found that some of them were people that even he had to be wary of. Such people would definitely be the number 1 emperor in Lin Ling's world. Fortunately, there were not many of such experts. Following Pan Luyun and the others, Lin Ling and the others stood in line under the scorching sun. Chapter 2172. Punishment. However, although the queue was long, it was extremely orderly. There were iron blood soldiers at the front, and their gazes were like lightning. No one dared to act rashly. Get out of the way. At this moment, there was a small movement at the back of the queue. 3 figures were cutting the queue. Moreover, wherever they passed, the young experts who had come to sign up changed their expressions. They endured the humiliation and let them cut the queue. This was because they were from Cutie Commandery. The process of cutting the queue was extremely smooth. Gradually, they arrived behind Lin Ling and the others. Get out of the way. It was still the same cold sentence. However, when the 3 people raised their heads, they realized that the people in front of them were Lin Ling and the other 2, who had embarrassed them yesterday. You want us to get out of the way? Lu Chengfeng suddenly laughed. His laughter was very evil. The 3 people trembled. The leader, the gray-robed young man, looked terrible. How could they be so unlucky? What happened? The 3 young geniuses from Cutie Commandery didn't cut the queue? It seems like they kicked an iron plate? Haha, it's great that someone can deal with them. At the back of the queue, many people were secretly excited. Okay, it's none of your business. We won't cut your queue. Hearing the voices behind them, the 3 people could not put down their pride, so they braced themselves and said. At present, it was impossible for them to continue cutting the queue because they were no match for the 3 guys in front of them. However, Lin Ling and the other 2 were stunned when they heard his words. They wanted to cut their queue, but seeing that they were weaker than them, they gave up. Did they think they were fools? Brother, do you think your cultivation will be affected if you bask in the sun for a few hours? Lin Ling asked kindly as if he was looking at a friend. The gray-robed young man was stunned and shook his head. The power of the sun won't affect us. He did not understand why Lin Ling asked this question, but soon he had an ominous feeling. Since it won't affect you, go and bask in the sun. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was very friendly. However, with a wave of his right hand, the gray-robed youth was thrown out and smashed into the ground in the distance. Lu Chengfeng and the rest naturally followed suit and tossed the remaining 2 people out of the room. You're courting death. After the 3 of them crashed to the ground, they all roared loudly. Not convinced? Then let's fight. Hearing those voices, Lin Ling replied indifferently. He had already seen those 3 domineering people cutting the queue. Who knew that they would cut the queue in front of him? Then he would definitely throw them out. After all, these years of experience had taught him that after some grudges were formed, blindly tolerating them would not change anything. Therefore, it was better to make a clean move and consider the other party's background later. Fight. The 3 of them didn't dare to speak anymore. Their faces were ashen. Seeing this scene, the crowd was secretly delighted. Finally, there was someone who could deal with those 3 fellows. What are you doing? This is the military camp, not your home. Are you basking in the sun? At this time, an angry shout came from the front. The aura was extremely terrifying, as if it were a world king. The 3 youths immediately panicked. The gray-robed youth hurriedly said, Sir, this has nothing to do with me. We were thrown out. The military camp is not a place for you to play. Also, you are a dignified man and yet you were thrown out. This is simply a disgrace to all martial artists. Since you like to bask in the sun so much, then bask in the sun for a day. A man in black armor solemnly said. me. The three youths were even more unwilling. They were unlucky. After encountering Lin Ling and the others, they had been unlucky again and again. Unfortunately, the military camp was the most dignified place. Iron orders were like mountains. What they hated the most was making excuses. Fuck off. Fuck off. The man shouted once more. The three youths didn't dare to speak again. They could only slowly bask in the sun. Of course, they hated Lin Ling and the others to death in their hearts. But Lin Ling didn't care about them at all. Instead, he stared at the armored man with surprise. This was because he could feel that this man's strength was truly at the World King realm. Then, he looked away and a voice sounded out from beside him. It seems that we all misjudged you. This fellow must be an extraordinary existence in his hometown. Lu Chengfeng began to speak more and more to Lin Ling. I also think so. That is because your arrogance has far surpassed our imaginations. Pan Luyun also nodded. A person's temperament could be seen from their small movements. Lin Ling was very low-key in front of them, making them think that Lin Ling was an ordinary powerhouse. But Lin Ling was ruthless towards his enemies. This sort of person had clearly experienced many trials and tribulations. Do I look like an extraordinary existence to you? In truth, I am just a very ordinary person. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. He was only doing things according to his usual temperament. As for Lu Chengfeng and Pan Luyun, they carefully stared at Lin Ling and nodded in unison, yes. Lin Ling was speechless. After that, the registration process went extremely smoothly. The Martial God Battalion sent out a message to everyone. Quietly await the military camp mission at night. Those who completed the mission would not only become a member of the Martial God Battalion, but they would also receive a promise from the Martial God Battalion. And this was what Lin Ling valued the most. There were so many powerhouses in the Martial God Battalion. They would definitely have a way to cure Xian Yuange and the others. The afternoon passed quietly. When dusk arrived, all the youths were filled with anticipation. Lin Ling and the other two were the same. However, before the mission of the Martial God Battalion arrived, four figures appeared in front of them. Three of them were the three people who had been punished during the day. The other person was somewhat unfamiliar, but his cultivation was at the 6th level of the Martial Emperor realm. Brother Su, it's the three of them. The gray-robed youth pointed at Lin Ling and the other two. His words caused the person beside him to narrow his eyes. His small eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Without a doubt, they were here to settle scores. Lin Ling was used to this. He had seen this kind of thing many times. Lu Chengfeng was obviously experienced. On the other hand, Pan Luyun was somewhat nervous. Although he was not weak, in terms of experience, he was not as experienced as Lin Ling and Lu Chengfeng. They are from Cutie Commandery. Are you bullying them? The youth with squinted eyes walked over with his hands behind his back. He spoke in a low voice. He could see that the three people in front of him were not strong. One of them was even at the 4th level of the Martial Emperor realm. Although his law was not weak, he thought that was all there was to it. After all, no matter how strong a martial artist from the lower plane was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than a native martial artist. Why don't you ask what happened? When we were eating in the restaurant, they came to snatch our seats in a domineering manner. When we were queuing up, they cut the queue in a domineering manner. No matter what, they were in the wrong first. Lin Ling said calmly. So, you bullied them? The youth still squinted his eyes. Even if the people from Cutie Commandery are in the wrong, we will punish them ourselves. It is not up to you to lecture them. Is that so? Why do I think that even if they are in the wrong, you will not punish them? Chapter 2173. The Grand Commander, I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Since this is a military camp, I'll give you a chance. Slap yourselves 3 times and I'll let this matter rest. The young man said without looking at Lu Chengfeng. His eyes were like torches, ready to devour them. Lu Chengfeng's face turned ugly when he heard that. Did he think that the warriors from the lower realm were all trash? Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling spoke first. I'll also give you a chance. I'll also give you a chance. Slap yourselves 10 times and I'll let this matter rest. Bullying the weak was common everywhere, so Lin Ling also gave tit for tat. Ha, what a big tone. Let's see if you have the strength. The young man frowned and took a step forward. A terrifying aura spread out. He also had 50 million laws, and his boundary origin seed was extremely powerful. In addition, his talent was extremely mysterious. When he released his aura, countless ghost heads bared their fangs and brandished their claws, covering the sky and the sun. That's Lord Su. He's the one with the most hope of becoming a member of the Martial God Barracks. He's from the Su Tai Commandery. He's really amazing. Why did he attack those juniors? I heard that those juniors taught the people from the Su Tai Commandery a lesson, so he'll definitely attack them. Those people are in for a hard time. If they weren't in the Martial God Barracks, they might have been killed. The young men in the surroundings started to discuss. Lu Qingfeng and Pan Luyun's faces changed slightly. They sensed that the young man's boundary origin seed was stronger than theirs. However, at that moment, a figure stood in front of them. Endless killing intent spread out, forming a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood that collided with the countless ghost heads. What? The killing intent was so strong that Lord Su's face changed drastically. Even Lu Qingfeng and the others turned pale. It was as if they had seen the god of death descend. That was because the killing intent on Lin Ling's body had reached hundreds of millions. Everyone present had killed many people before. However, even if they were murderers, they would only kill in the tens of millions. It was extremely rare for them to kill in the hundreds of millions. Normally, it would only appear on experts who had cultivated for more than 1,000 years. In fact, they didn't know that Lin Ling's killing intent came from the Sun God Nation. If it weren't for the expert guarding the world who had taught him the concealment divine art to conceal his killing intent, Lin Ling's killing intent alone was enough to deter others from approaching him. At the same time, the eyes of some soldiers from the Martial Gods battalion flickered. That young man had such a strong killing intent. Men, kill him for me. Suppressed by Lin Ling's killing intent, Su Jun immediately roared because he couldn't hold on any longer. However, he actually ordered the soldiers of the Martial Gods battalion in the distance. By the way, Su Jun's brother seems to be Su Tianqing. This lord entered the Martial God camp 10 years ago. It's him? He seems to be a commander. This is going to be troublesome. There are hundreds of commanders in the Martial God battalion. However, to be able to become a commander, every single one of them is extremely powerful and authoritative. The expressions of many young men changed drastically. Hearing those words, Lin Ling frowned, and so did Lu Qingfeng. Can't you hear me? My brother is a commander of Tianqing. If they find out that you don't listen to my orders, then all of you will definitely be kicked out of the Martial Gods battalion. Su Jun roared once more, causing the soldiers in the distance to frown, but they remained indifferent. However, right at this moment, a smiling voice drifted over. If we don't listen to your orders, then will your brother kick everyone out of the Martial Gods battalion? After that voice, a man in white armor with long hair that casually fell to his shoulders walked over. Grand Commander! All the soldiers bowed respectfully when they saw the man. A Grand Commander was a true world king. Lord Commander! All the young men bowed respectfully as well. On the other hand, Su Jun's expression changed drastically. Grand Commander? That's a position even higher than my brother's. He hurriedly bowed as well. Don't bow to me. I'm afraid you'll kick me out of the Martial Gods battalion. However, the man in white armor spoke indifferently. His words caused Su Jun's heart to tremble, and he almost knelt down. The Martial Gods battalion is a military camp. No matter what position your brother holds, it's your brother's ability. You're only a cultivator who's here to take the test. You don't have the qualifications to order my soldiers. The man in white armor's aura changed. For your brother's sake, slap yourself 3 times. Also, your brother is a commander, right? If he wants to advance to a Grand Commander, then I'll have to consider it carefully. The man in white armor continued, remember, this is a military camp, not your home. Everything depends on the results. As soon as he finished speaking, the young men in the surroundings shouted in admiration. On the other hand, Lin Ling looked at him and nodded inwardly. The martial gods battalion was worthy of being a military camp. Iron orders were like mountains, and the rules were extremely strict. Su Jun was dumbfounded and even fell to the ground in fright. Slapping himself 3 times was nothing to him, but he seemed to have affected his brother's future. If that was the case, then it was possible for his brother to kill him. My lord, it's not like that. Su Jun wished he could slap himself a few hundred times. Why had he been so stupid to order those soldiers? When faced with a commander who treated his soldiers like his own children, such orders were equivalent to courting death. Oh, then tell me what happened. I'll listen carefully. If things go wrong, your brother might even be stripped of his position as a commander. The man in white armor smiled. Plop. Su Jun didn't dare to say anything else. The crowd was secretly laughing. In the military camp, iron orders were like mountains. Whatever the Lord said was law. Su Jun dared to quibble, which was equivalent to adding fuel to the fire. Su Jun didn't dare to say anything else, but his eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Lin Ling. All of this was because of Lin Ling. It wasn't a big deal to hurt him, but more importantly, his brother was hurt. My lord, this person is filled with killing intent. He's not suitable for the martial gods battalion. Su Jun suddenly said. He was unlucky, so he naturally wanted to drag Lin Ling down with him. Killing intent? The man in white armor looked at Lin Ling and narrowed his eyes. Su Jun immediately became excited when he saw this. Lin Ling seemed to be unlucky. That's right. The military camp needs killing intent. Is a man without killing intent? That's just an embroidered pillow. Unfortunately, the man in white armor's next words almost made Su Jun vomit blood. Dense killing intent. Not only was he not eliminated, but he was also admired? What kind of logic was that? At this moment, the man in white armor was still looking at Lin Ling. He suddenly said, "They all bowed to me. Why don't you bow?" As soon as he said this, everyone realized that everyone had bowed. Only Lin Ling was still standing there in a neither arrogant nor servile manner. It was no wonder that the Lord would ask this because it was disrespectful. Perhaps the Lord was already angry. Lu Qingfeng and Su Jun started to worry for Lin Ling. I don't owe you any favors, nor am I your soldier. I don't know you, so why should I bow to you? Lin Ling said indifferently under everyone's gazes. Chapter 2174. Begging others is better than begging yourself. You dare to be disrespectful to the Lord? You are seeking death. Die. The surrounding soldiers were enraged. A terrifying aura enveloped Lin Ling like an avalanche. Although the strength of these soldiers hadn't reached the World King realm, they were still extremely terrifying. However, they hadn't received any orders to kill Lin Ling, thus they didn't dare to attack. They could only use their auras to suppress Lin Ling. Unfortunately, what hadn't Lin Ling seen in his life? Perhaps his strength couldn't compare to these soldiers, but in terms of the trials and tribulations he had experienced, in terms of the number of people he had killed, he wasn't any less than these soldiers. Thus, Lin Ling still stood like a mountain, like an immovable king. Not bad, you have some pride in your bones. The white-armored man suddenly laughed. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding soldiers withdrew their auras. He lightly said, "Then why did they salute but you didn't?" Yes. They saluted for 2 reasons. First, they had something to ask of the Lord. Second, they respected the Lord. Thirdly, it should be following the crowd. Lin Ling lightly said, "Interesting. So you don't have anything to ask of me, you don't respect me, and you don't want to follow the crowd? You really are a junior who does things your own way." The white-armored man's eyes became increasingly curious. Because this is a military camp. Begging others is better than begging yourself. Yes. Lin Ling enunciated each word clearly. As these words fell, the hearts of the surrounding youths exploded. Yes, this was a military camp, not a sect, nor a dynasty. You couldn't do well just by flattering others. Everything depended on yourself. So, you don't place me in your eyes? The white-armored man spat out. His face turned icy cold. A terrifying aura swept out, suppressing Lin Ling. Lin Ling's complexion changed, but he clenched his teeth and held on, steadying his position. Begging others was better than begging himself. He had been like this his entire life. However, the Grand Commander's aura was truly terrifying. He was like the king of a world, making it harder and harder for Lin Ling to hold on. If he hadn't experienced so much, if he didn't have a part of Li Xiaoyao's memories, he would have definitely failed. However, as a person of 2 lifetimes, Lin Ling had always relied on his strength to walk through the wind and rain. This perseverance and strength were his strongest backing. Good. Right at this moment, that frightening aura disappeared. The man in white armor laughed out loud, which was a rare sight. His laughter was heroic. What a good, if you ask others, it's better to ask for help yourself. Little guy, I think more and more highly of you. You have cultivated for less than 1,000 years, but your murderous aura is stronger than some experts who have cultivated for 10,000 years. Most importantly, your willpower and backbone are not weak. I hope that you can pass this test smoothly and join my team. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding youths immediately revealed envious gazes. Su Jun felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Lin Ling had actually gained the recognition of that lord. Do your best. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He didn't say any hot-blooded empty words. He reckoned that in the military camp, everything was based on strength. Everything else was avoided as much as possible. Sure enough, the man in white armor nodded again. He liked this kind of stable and unyielding junior. I will also announce this mission. The name of the mission is Blood and Kill. The goal is to exterminate 13 lower commanderies and more than 1 billion experts. These lower commanderies came from the lower realm, but they violated the rules of the martial god realm. Therefore, the Martial God Battalion intends to use this mission to exterminate the bandits to let the geniuses from the lower realm gain experience. The duration is 1 year. Those who survive will become a member of the Martial God Battalion. Of course, the more bandits you exterminate, the more rewards you will receive. However, the prerequisite is that you can survive. The man in white armor said indifferently. Hearing this, many people gasped. They had to face more than 1 billion experts. This was too terrifying. Moreover, their strength varies. The strongest one has reached the peak of the martial emperor realm. At least 30% of their realm essence has been converted. Therefore, don't think that this mission is easy. This mission is very cruel. You can die at any time. As for those righteous young geniuses, you don't have to worry too much. Since the Martial God Battalion attacked them, they must have done something that angered the heavens and the people. Get ready. We will set off in 3 days. After the man in white armor finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling and said, My name is Huang Qi. I hope that you can survive this mission. That will be a victory. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face turned serious. Surviving was a victory? This showed how difficult this mission was. Sir Huang, I have a friend who has been burned by the realm essence on the martial god path. I wonder if there is a way to save him? Lin Ling looked at the man and asked, Realm essence on the martial god path? This is troublesome. The man in white armor frowned. The realm essence on the martial god path was not like the realm essence of a martial artist. It was more overbearing. Only treasures could save him. Warm Sun Vitality Jade. If you have it, your friend can be saved. Then where can I get it? If you can enter the top 10, the battalion will reward you. At that time, you can ask for it. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling finally relaxed. That mysterious blue-robe young man had not lied to him. He could indeed save Xian Yuange. Thank you. The man in white armor's eyes narrowed. He had just thought that Lin Ling was steady, but now Lin Ling had become so exaggerated. He said solemnly, Don't thank me yet. You have to know that to enter the top 10, you have to stand out among 100,000 geniuses from all over the world. No matter what kind of problem it is, I will succeed. Lin Ling's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. For the sake of Xian Yuange, how could he fail? The man in white armor looked at Lin Ling with surprise. In the end, he laughed. He was more and more optimistic about Lin Ling. After chatting for a while, the man in white armor left. The other young men looked at Lin Ling with envy. To be able to gain the appreciation of the man in white armor was extremely rare. Although the white-armored man, Huang Qi, was only one of the great commanders, his words carried a lot of weight. Su Jun glared at Lin Ling with hatred. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. That Su Jun is probably going to do us harm, Lu Qingfeng said with a frown as Lin Ling led Pan Luyun and the others away. With his strength, he won't be able to do anything. Besides, we have to face more than 1 billion warriors. It'll be chaos then. It'll be good if he can take care of himself, Lin Ling said with a smile. That's true. But to be chased by more than 1 billion warriors, it's scary just thinking about it. Pan Luyun's face turned serious. You've never been chased before? Lin Ling asked curiously. Although he felt that the mission this time would not be easy, it was impossible for him to be afraid. Pan Luyun shook his head. In my hometown, who dares to chase after me? Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. This guy was like a flower in a greenhouse. As expected, warriors who had not cultivated for more than 1,000 years were like juniors to the martial god realm. Chapter 2175. The mission began. 100,000? Amazing? Pan Luyun sucked in a breath of cold air. So little? Lin Ling was speechless. He envied these rich young masters. After all, his path of growth was not so smooth. Little? Lin Ling, don't tell me you were hunted down by millions of people. The two of them looked at Lin Ling in shock. I've tried hundreds of millions. Lin Ling shook his head and strode forward. Lu Qingfeng and the others were stunned. Lin Ling's cultivation time was the same as theirs, but he had experienced so much. Suddenly, they were curious about what Lin Ling's hometown was like. Was it extremely cruel? If they knew that Lin Ling had defeated all his enemies on the path of martial arts with his own perseverance and finally became an emperor, they would not find it strange. 3 days later, it would be the bandit extermination. During this time, Lin Ling hurriedly cultivated. This time, he used all the divine crystals he had to cultivate. These divine crystals were obtained by Lin Ling from the third statue. He had been saving them for future use. However, he knew that the strongest people in the 13 commanderies were not ordinary people. Lin Ling had no choice but to treat it seriously. Furthermore, he searched through his memories for a suitable nomological martial art. 9 steps of the divine demon sin. Lin Ling found a suitable nomological martial art. This was a nomological martial art suitable for the divine demon body. When cultivated to the peak, one could reach 80 million laws and have the speed of a divine demon. To put it bluntly, this was a martial art that combined the laws and the physical body. With boundary essence, one could open a void passage. However, it did not mean that one's speed was fast. For example, during a battle, it was difficult to hide in a void passage for a short period of time. The opponent would not let you do as you wish. However, the 9 steps of the divine demon had a speed comparable to that of a void passage. It was even more convenient. If only I could use boundary essence to execute it. Lin Ling was secretly regretful. Currently, his boundary essence relied on simple execution. There was no technique to speak of. The reason was that he did not have the corresponding martial art. So, he could only use law martial techniques for a short period of time. However, with his strength, it wouldn't be long before law martial techniques were no longer suitable for him. After a night, Lin Ling had successfully cultivated the 9 divine demon steps. He reckoned that unless he encountered an expert at the peak of the martial emperor realm, he would be invincible with this martial art. Of course, the peak of the martial emperor realm possessed boundary essence, unlike the sun god king who only specialized in the law. The next day, Lin Ling comprehended his soul force and strengthened his evasion domain. After all, the mission was to survive, so there would definitely be more life-saving means. As for the 3rd day, Lin Ling was comprehending his boundary essence. Currently, his boundary essence had been converted to 10%. Hence, unless he encountered those top geniuses from various worlds, he wasn't afraid of others. As for his cultivation, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to LV5 Martial Emperor realm. On the morning of the third day, Lin Ling walked down from the inn in high spirits. At that moment, in the city, all the geniuses from various worlds were on the streets, preparing to participate in the blood and kill mission. Some of them were brimming with killing intent. Clearly, they were the same as Lin Ling. They had grown up in the midst of setbacks and difficulties. Some of them were like flowers in a greenhouse. Clearly, their family backgrounds were extraordinary. They were strong, but they lacked experience. However, in general, everyone's blood was boiling. It was as if they had already gained a firm foothold in the martial god realm. As for the martial god battalion, 10 experts with unfathomable strength were chatting. These people were all commanders. Many geniuses from various worlds had signed up to join them. On my side, Yen Beishan from the south will definitely enter the top 10. That's because his boundary essence seed has almost reached 10%. So powerful? However, my side is not weak either. The young princess of the Square Commandery is under my command. No way, the young princess is a native martial artist. She's definitely more powerful than the martial artists from the lower world. It seems like she's going to occupy a spot. The geniuses from the East world aren't weak either. It seems like this year's martial god battalion is blooming. Let's wait for them to survive. I'm afraid that less than half of the 100,000 people will be left. These experts were all wearing armor. They were serious in front of outsiders but relaxed in front of their own people. They were used to the upcoming task of suppressing bandits. There were countless people in the myriad worlds. If one wanted to gain a firm foothold in the martial god realm, there were obviously conditions. The weak were not qualified to come to the martial god realm. Hehe, I also have a good genius on my side. At this time, another voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Commander Huang Qi who had spoken. Sir Huang, in the past 100 years, most of the geniuses on your side were ordinary. Why are you so confident this year? Someone teased. Hehe, 3 days ago, I saw a good seedling. He's not afraid of the killing intent of the battalion. TSK, he's definitely this year's dark horse. Huang Qi said confidently. Ha. Hearing this, the others laughed. Most of the soldiers that Huang Qi had brought were ordinary. This time, he must have suffered a setback, so he boasted. May I ask what the talent of your genius is? What's the grade of his Xian body? Someone asked. Huang Qi opened his mouth wide and found it hard to answer. In fact, the genius that he was talking about was Lin Ling. However, he had forgotten to check what kind of talent Lin Ling had. May I ask how many laws that genius of yours has? Let's ask again. Has the boundary seed grown? Has it reached 10%? The other commanders laughed and Huang Qi's face became gloomy. Hehe, Sir Huang, you don't know anything. How can you be sure that he's a dark horse? You should know that there are 100,000 geniuses from various worlds this year. It's not easy to stand out among them. Moreover, he's not afraid of killing intent. This doesn't mean anything. Someone said. Bullshit, I have high hopes for him. Huang Qi said. Old Huang, we've worked together for thousands of years. This time, it's not that I don't have high hopes for you. With your careless character, I'm afraid that you don't even know the cultivation of that genius. An old man who had a good relationship with Huang Qi said with a smile. I do know that. He's a rank 4 martial emperor. Huang Qi said bluntly. He was still able to detect Lin Ling's cultivation base. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The laughter became even crazier. A rank 4 martial emperor was at the bottom among the 100,000 geniuses from various worlds. How about a bet? 10,000 divine gems and a drink. Do you dare? You're ruthless. However, let's bet. Anyway, I have high hopes for him to enter the top 10. I'll bet too. Voices rang out one after another. The 10 great commanders had all participated in the bet, causing cold sweat to appear on Huang Qi's forehead. You guys are really greedy wolves. Ha, we'll definitely drink your wine. The commanders smiled. Although they seemed to be betting, they had a good relationship with each other. Moreover, the friendship was built through battles. Chapter 2176. War drums beat. Lin Ling naturally didn't know about the bet between these great characters. He followed the crowd to a vast and boundless prairie. The prairie was quiet and a mysterious aura emanated from it, causing one to tremble in fear. It was as if the depths of the prairie were the mouth of the grim reaper. Lin Ling's face turned solemn. As far as he knew, even the most ordinary experts of the 13 commanderies were stronger than the Sun God Emperor. This cruel mission was not easy. However, it was also a good experience for Lin Ling. The first step to gain a foothold in the martial god realm is to survive. Remember, in this mission, you are also scouts. Yes. Of course, if you have confidence in yourself, you can assassinate the Emperor of the 13 commanderies. If you succeed, you will be rewarded handsomely. Yes. Go. Yes. A dignified voice rang out. Don't. At the same time, the war drums beat. At the edge of the prairie, a large number of armored soldiers stood orderly. The war horses neighed, forming a terrifying battle chi that soared into the sky. It was as if an army was going to war. Kill! Kill! Under the angry shouts of the soldiers, 100,000 geniuses rushed into the prairie. The mission of blood and kill had begun. However, after the geniuses from various commanderies rushed into the prairie, they slowed down because there was an oppressive aura in front of them. The warriors of the 13 commanderies seemed to know that the soldiers of the martial god battalion had entered the prairie. Therefore, they would not wait to be captured. In order to survive, they would not show mercy. In order to become stronger, they would not show mercy. The aura of more than 1 billion experts was hidden in the prairie, and they were not weak. Without a doubt, the murderous aura made the 100,000 geniuses stop in their tracks. My sword, where is it? However, a young man in a green robe strode out, ignoring the terrifying murderous aura of the prairie. His hands were behind his back, and his steps were steady. After walking for a distance, he suddenly stopped, as if he was comprehending something. Then he smiled and walked forward again. Seeing this, many people's faces turned solemn. Even the solemn commanders in the distance squinted their eyes. That is the disciple of the 10-sword immortals of Qingzhou, the falling flower flowing water sword. Finally, someone said solemnly. No one had expected that the martial god battalion would welcome such a terrifying expert this year. His sword can smile. Those who can see his sword smile are all dead. Someone said. Seeing the young man disappear into the prairie, they felt that the warriors of the 13 commanderies. Amazing. His talent is definitely a dark body. And his boundary origin energy. That was because there was always someone better than him. In his world, he was one of the best, but after coming to the martial god realm, he had seen even more powerful existences. When I first came to the martial god realm, I heard about him. His strength is indeed terrifying. Although he is only a rank 7 martial emperor, he can defeat all the martial emperors. His strength is comparable to a sector lord. Especially the sword in his right hand, it can make the dead die with a smile. Lu Chengfeng said in a low voice. One could hear the unwillingness in his voice. His left sword is the most powerful one. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke as well. He was shocked by how ferocious those experts were. How do you know? Pan Luyun and the others looked at Lin Ling in surprise. When he put his hands behind his back, I saw that the nails on his left hand were neatly trimmed. They were stable and clean, much better than the nails on his right hand. Lin Ling said, You saw it from so far away? How do you prove that his left sword is powerful? Pan Luyun and the others were even more surprised. A person who often uses his left hand will be very strict with his left hand. For a swordsman, the calluses, fingernails, and even the pores are all very important. This is because the details determine the success or failure of a swordsman. Swordsmen strive for perfection. They will not miss this small detail. Lin Ling said calmly. Based on your analysis, it is possible. Lu Qingfeng and the others nodded. Details determine success or failure. A swordsman would not allow any factors that could affect the outcome of the battle to occur. Lin Ling, are you from the North Territory? That place seems to be very ordinary. Why is it that although your cultivation level is not high, you know more than us? Lu Chengfeng suddenly exclaimed. He no longer had any disdain for Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and did not say much. Although he did not find Li Xiaoyao's memories in the martial god realm, he had obtained most of them. His vision was not weak. That person is not simple, Lin Ling said suddenly. Someone walked out of the prairie and went straight into the depths. His appearance was not dazzling, but he had the aura of the Emperor of the 9 states. It was a kind of universal power. Voices came from all around. Damn, even Di Baimo is here. Why is the martial god barracks so attractive? It is said that the martial god barracks is his springboard. If you want to go to that place, you have to go through the martial god barracks. The son of the great ancestor, Di Baimo. It seems that he will definitely enter the top 10. From the voices around, Lin Ling knew that the young man seemed to have a terrifying background. Then, a few more people that Lin Ling could not underestimate appeared. For example, a boy, who was said to be the disciple of the chess deity, called Chess Boy. There was also a white-haired young man, who seemed to be called Wu Qingzi. There was also a fairy-like girl, who came from the square commandery, one of the 4 commanderies in Qingzhou, called Tang Yue. These people were the focus of Lin Ling. Of course, some of them were not weak, but Lin Ling estimated that they were not a threat to him. Let's go! Without thinking too much, Lin Ling led Pan Luyun and the rest into the prairie. Previously, they had discussed that if they entered the prairie, they would try their best to form small teams in order to survive. As more than 100,000 people entered the prairie, a bloodthirsty light bloomed in the depths of the prairie. In just one day, some lone warriors met with misfortune. More than 1 billion bandits were hiding in the prairie. Once they found a lone warrior, they killed him immediately. Blood dyed the prairie red. Many of the inexperienced strong men were afraid at this moment. Of course, there were also many geniuses like Lin Ling, who had rich strength and experience. Therefore, they sneered at the arrival of the massacre. Time quietly passed. 3 days later, several thousand of the 100,000 geniuses had died. This made people sigh with regret, because those who died were all extremely terrifying existences in their own world. However, in this world, they had all turned into piles of yellow earth. Gradually, many people began to form teams because this would increase their chances of survival. Strong teammates were undoubtedly valued by many people. Chapter 2177. Encounter in Empty City. Lin Ling did not care about this at all. In the past 3 days, he had gone through many bloody battles and he was getting closer to rank 5 Martial Emperor realm. Once he did, his 6 paths reincarnation would reach the peak. On this day, Lin Ling and the other 2 continued forward. A huge city appeared in front of them. However, it was empty, and there were many geniuses resting inside. After a few days of blood and slaughter, many of the geniuses were exhausted, so they naturally wouldn't miss a place to rest. After all, this was only the beginning of the mission. Wait, don't drive me away. Just as they entered the city, Lin Ling and the other 2 heard a weak voice. Looking over, he saw a woman in her 20s. Her face was covered in tears as she looked at a restaurant. She seemed to have been abandoned by her teammates. Upon closer inspection, she was severely injured. Not only was her right arm almost broken, even her dantian was in a state of near collapse. No wonder. A teammate like her would undoubtedly be a burden. No one would want her. How heartless. Forget it. It's better to take care of ourselves for now. Those 1 billion bandits aren't sheep. We're the sheep. Those bandits can't wait to kill us and devour our flesh and blood. No wonder the Martial God Battalion wants to exterminate them. Devouring flesh is indeed despicable. That woman won't live for more than 3 days. There were teams of all sizes on the streets. No one wanted to help her because in this cruel mission, surviving was the most important thing. That southern border's fairy Danran, her background isn't weak. Unfortunately, she's too pure. With her looks, as long as she offers her body, there will definitely be many people who will protect her. However, she rejected them. Coupled with her injuries, The others must have abandoned her. Someone else said. Fairy Denren, scram. In an empty restaurant, a cold voice rang out, causing the eyes of Lin Ling and the others to flicker. This voice was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be Lord Su's voice. How pitiful! He joined Sukuan's team only to be abandoned in the end. Sigh, let's take care of ourselves first. Pan Luyun shook his head and said. He wanted to help, but the experience of the past few days told them that even they were in danger, not to mention helping others. Lu Qingfeng's eyes flickered. He almost stepped forward, but he seemed to be hesitating. You're so noisy, bitch. Are you trying to lure those bandits here? When the city is besieged, we will all be killed by you. Hearing the woman's unreconciled voice, an angry roar came from the restaurant. As soon as he said that, the eyes of the geniuses on the street turned cold. That's right, none of them wanted to be implicated by that woman. Danran turned even paler and stopped crying. She clenched her teeth and left the city. However, she knew that being alone in the prairie meant certain death. How about joining us? However, just as she turned around, a smiling voice sounded. This voice was extremely calm, but when it entered everyone's ears, it was like a dream. Someone actually invited a cripple to join them? Countless gazes looked towards the street and discovered that it was an extremely unfamiliar trio. Furthermore, their strength did not seem to be very strong. Those three want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress, but they don't seem to have seen clearly where she is. Those three idiots. Who wouldn't want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress in any other place? But in an iron-blooded mission, everyone cares about themselves. No matter how beautiful a woman is her life more important? Those three idiots, I said they won't live past 3 days. Many geniuses said disdainfully, as if watching a good show. You're inviting me? Danron's beautiful eyes narrowed. Though the three people in front of her were average in strength, it was good enough that someone invited her. After all, they could help her a little. Of course. The youth in front of her smiled innocently and shrugged. My teammates agreed too. Yeah, I've been thinking about this for a long time, but the captain didn't agree, so I couldn't bring myself to ask. One of the teammates smiled. The other was somewhat helpless, but still nodded. The three of them were none other than Lin Ling and the other two. They all abandoned me because I'm injured and can't fight. Why are you inviting me? Danran found it hard to believe. Because the team that abandoned you has a conflict with us, so we'll take the person they don't want. That's all. Lin Ling said with a smile. He was frank and did not hide the purpose of his visit. I see, but thank you anyway. Danran hurriedly bowed. Though Lin Ling wasn't really saving her, at least he was helping her. Who's so bold? At this moment, a voice came from the restaurant. Then, a large number of figures appeared in the corridor. One of them was Su Jun. This was because the other party had invited the person their team didn't want. Wasn't this embarrassing for them? This genius from Cutie Commandery is so forgetful. How can he not recognize us in the blink of an eye? Lin Ling said indifferently when he saw the figures in the restaurant. It's you. Su Jun was slightly surprised. His teammates were extremely curious, but after Su Jun's explanation, they understood why the two sides hated each other. No way, those three dared to provoke Cutie Commandery? Those three must be from the lower world. They're no match for Su Jun's team. They're really three idiots. The crowd laughed. In their opinion, Su Jun's team was extremely powerful. Many geniuses wanted to join them, but no one had heard of Lin Ling's team. So, they're fighting with me. Not bad, not bad. Su Jun's expression was calm. He suddenly looked at Danran and extended 3 fingers. If you join their team, believe it or not, you won't live for more than 3 days. 3 days? If they hadn't entered the city, they wouldn't have survived even 1 day. 2 level 5 martial emperors and 1 level 4 martial emperor. If they were on the prairie, they wouldn't even survive 2 hours. No one was optimistic about Lin Ling's team. They all sneered. This was also why Su Jun didn't attack Lin Ling. In his opinion, Lin Ling's team was doomed, so there was no need to waste his energy. It's better to follow them than to be abandoned. Danran gritted her teeth and glared at Sojin's team, her eyes brimming with fury. Before joining the team, she had been the first to rush forward when they were in danger. In the end, she was seriously injured and abandoned. That team was shameless. Do you look down on us? How about a bet? If we survive for 3 days, you'll take off your clothes and walk around the city. How about it? At this moment, Lin Ling sneered. Okay, I'll accompany you. Chapter 2178. The Great Army Attacks. All right, I'll wait for you to fulfill your promise. Lin Ling chuckled, then left with Pan Luyun and the others. They found an inn in the city to rest for the time being. Su Jun smiled disdainfully as he watched Lin Ling and the others leave. The teams on the streets were the same. Of course, they couldn't be bothered with Lin Ling and the others. Right now, their priority was to rest and prepare for the coming massacre. Thank you. Inside the inn, Goddess Danran bowed to Lin Ling. No need. When we're outside, we're friends. Besides, I think this place is relatively clean. Let's rest here tonight. I'm guessing that a large number of bandits will attack the city tomorrow. Lin Ling came to the window and looked into the distance with a smile. Lin Ling really? Pan Luyun and Lu Chengfeng's expressions changed. Although Lin Ling's cultivation level was lower, they'd all witnessed his miraculous abilities. That was why Lin Ling was their leader. Indeed. Fortunately, there aren't many bandits. As long as we can stop their massacre, we'll be able to rest for a long time. Lin Ling said confidently. His left eye seemed to be able to see through the grassland. Although his eye of time had been greatly suppressed in the war god realm, he could still see very far. Moreover, the all-encompassing demonic eye was extremely powerful. It allowed him to see through his opponent's true strength. No concealment could escape his eyes. The all-encompassing demonic eye wasn't very offensive, but its support abilities were heaven-defying. If there's any danger, don't worry about me. Just try your best to escape the city. Danran bit her lip. She also walked to the window and looked out at the oppressive army. She'd never imagined that she'd die in the war god realm. However, death was inevitable in a battle between two armies. In fact, the 100,000 geniuses were more like scouts, or in other words, scouts. Of course we won't care about you, Lin Ling said. Lu Chengfeng and the others narrowed their eyes. They were really going to ignore her? If they were going to ignore Danran, why save her? However, Lin Ling's next sentence left them at a loss. Because when the enemy arrives, you can kill them yourself. How was she supposed to kill the enemy when she was gravely injured? Even Fairy Danran looked at Lin Ling in confusion. Lin Ling was still looking at the increasingly murderous world. His calm voice made Pan Luyun, Lu Chengfeng, and Fairy Danran's eyes shake violently. I can cure you. As soon as he said that, the entire inn fell silent. Fairy Danran's right arm was severely injured. Most importantly, her physical power source had been shattered and had almost collapsed. Could Lin Ling heal such an injury? For a moment, several people stared at Lin Ling, thinking that Lin Ling was joking. Don't worry, if I can say it, then I'm naturally confident. Lin Ling smiled. He was lucky enough to have such memories. Unfortunately, healing Xian Yuange and the others required precious treasures. Otherwise, he could have done it himself. If that's the case, then I won't let you down. Fairy Danran grew excited. If she could recover her strength, then she wouldn't die so easily. Lin Ling didn't explain. He had Fairy Danran sit down cross-legged while he set up a formation. When the dazzling formation appeared, Fairy Danran and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected Lin Ling to be a boundary master, and at the level of a blue-robed boundary master. This was extremely frightening. A blue-robed boundary master was definitely not a low-level boundary master. Night fell quietly. Slaughter continued on the prairie. The geniuses who hadn't found a place to settle down were constantly being slaughtered by bandits. The night passed quietly. In a distant place, an expert riding on a giant wolf stared coldly at the ground. The Martial Gods Battalion has sent out 100,000 scouts. We must keep those scouts in the prairie forever. When the Martial Gods Battalion's army moves out, The 13 commanderies will also move out and fight to the death. The expert riding on the giant wolf said coldly. With a wave of his right hand, the mighty cavalry rushed toward the prairie. At a closer look, there were wolves, tigers, dragons, and even tigers and cheelants. If these mounts were in Lin Ling's world, they would have been no weaker than little saints. At this moment, in Lin Ling's empty city, the people were still resting. At this moment, Lin Ling stood up and said indifferently, "The enemy has surrounded the city." As soon as his words fell, the faces of the people in the inn changed dramatically. Sure enough, a deafening sound came from outside the ancient city. All the scouts in the city were on guard. However, they were only a little surprised because this kind of crisis could happen at any time in the prairie. How many people are there? About 5,000 of them. They are all level 5 martial emperors. Fortunately, it's not a lot. We can take them down. After eliminating them, we will continue to rest in the city. A powerful genius in Lord Su's team said indifferently. Shall we go out and kill the bandits? Another genius was eager to move, his face full of murderous intent. No need. There are many trash teams in the city. Let them die. When the trash is eliminated, we will take action, Lord Su said with a cold smile. He was referring to Lin Ling's team. The powerful teams in the city also had the same idea. Wasn't there a very arrogant team yesterday? They bet with Lord Su's team that they could live for 3 days. I think they won't live past today. There are only 3 of them. Their numbers are already small to begin with. With the addition of a burden, how could they not die? Let's go take a look. The teams did not leave their respective residences. Instead, they used a secret technique similar to the sky eye to observe everything that was happening in the city. At this moment, the city was in chaos. 5,000 bandits had charged in and killed everyone they saw. The people were plunged into misery and suffering. The small and weak teams were in danger. They fought with their lives on the line. However, there were still geniuses who died. As for Lin Ling's team, they encountered more than 100 bandits surrounding the inn and were fighting. This scene attracted some people's attention. They realized that Lin Ling, who was extremely arrogant yesterday, was actually very weak. This was because Lin Ling was actually using the law to kill the bandits and did not use the boundary seed. There were 2 reasons for this situation. First, Lin Ling was training himself and did not want to rely on the boundary seed to sweep through everything. Second, Lin Ling's boundary seed was still very weak. It was at the stage where it had just sprouted. Therefore, he was using the law to fight against the bandits. Of these 2 situations, everyone naturally thought that the second was more likely. Indeed, they won't live past a day. Many people no longer paid attention to Lin Ling's team of 3. In their opinion, those 3 idiots were dead for sure. At this moment, in the vicinity of the inn, a terrifying impact seemed to overturn the ancient city. A large number of bandits surged over like a tide. Lin Ling's team of 3 had solemn expressions as they fought against the incoming enemies. Lin Ling did not use the boundary seed. Instead, he used this opportunity to train himself. He relied on the power of the law to resist. Chapter 2179. A Miracle. If I use my boundary essence with the power of my boundary essence, I will definitely be able to kill them in a short period of time. However, I am about to break through, so I should focus on tempering myself. Lin Ling's heart was as clear as a mirror. In the end, after he killed more than 70 bandits, a large number of bandits came surging from the front. Lin Ling also chose to retreat. Go, Fairy Danran. Alright. Finally, Danran flew out of the inn and unleashed her spatial energy. It wasn't as dense as Lin Ling's, but it was stronger than the others. What a great helper! I wonder if Sukuin will cry if he finds out that he gave up on such a powerful teammate. He's definitely going to cry. This battle took 3 full days. The bandits around the Lin Ling Inn were all wiped out. On the night of the 3rd day, all the bandits were finally eradicated. The city was also covered in blood. What was surprising was that there were actually more than 10,000 bandits who had killed their way into the city. The next morning, there was a brief moment of tranquility in the empty city. Those powerful teams finally came out with smiles on their faces. Although they had suffered some losses, they had finally overcome a calamity. Now they could rest for a few days. Yo, you only have 5 people left in your team? There were originally 50 people. Those bandits are too ruthless. They are also very strong, and all of them are fighting with their lives on the line. On the streets, voices kept ringing out. At this moment, they saw Lord Su's team walk out. All of them looked high-spirited. Let's go and collect the corpses of those 3 from last time, Su Jun said with a smile. Although their team had been hiding from the bandits this time, they had also suffered considerable losses. However, compared to the complete annihilation of Lin Ling's army, he felt that those losses were nothing. Oh, by the way, Su Kuan made a bet with that person from last time. What a pity. I'm afraid those people are all dead. Otherwise, it could be seen as them stripping naked and running around the city. Let's go and take a look. Just treat it as collecting a corpse. The crowd followed Su Jun, but when they arrived at the inn where Lin Ling and the others were staying, all of them fell silent, and their pupils violently trembled. Over there, human heads were piled up into a tower. Upon closer inspection, there were probably no less than 2,000 human heads. Most importantly, the 4 figures standing there were actually counting heads. More importantly, those 4 people were none other than Lin Ling and the other 3. Not only was Lin Ling not dead, even Fairy Danran, that burden, was still alive. If not for the fact that they could hear Lin Ling and the others talking, they would have thought that they had seen a ghost. You really came at the right time. It's been exactly 3 days. At this moment, Lin Ling's faint laughter was suddenly heard. The bet was to survive for 3 days, and Lin Ling and the others had succeeded. Moreover, they seemed to be living very comfortably. Impossible. I saw with my own eyes that you were about to be wiped out at any moment. Su Jun glared at Lin Ling and couldn't help but roar angrily. Yeah, the bandits killed their way into the city. It was extremely difficult for these guys to resist. How could they have survived? Did someone help them? This is simply a miracle. The other teams exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Are you willing to accept the bet or not? Lin Ling ignored the voices around him and looked coldly at Su Jun. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Su Jun. After all, most of the teams were from different realms, and Su Jun was a native of Martial God realm. From a certain point of view, they were definitely on Lin Ling's side. The reason they didn't think highly of Lin Ling and ostracized Lin Ling from the beginning was that they thought Lin Ling and the others were bound to die. That bet was obvious to all. Su Jun also agreed very readily, so he can't go back on his word. That's right, but what we're curious about is how you guys stopped the massacre. As long as you have an explanation, we'll support you. Many people spoke up, causing Su Jun's teammates' expressions to turn ugly. However, they still stared at Su Jun, implying that they couldn't help Su Jun with this matter. Su Jun's heart was boiling with anger. He said indifferently, "Don't worry, I represent Cutie Commandery. I won't go back on my word if I lose, but there's a prerequisite. You guys have to rely on yourselves to get through this difficult situation. Otherwise, it would be against the rules of the bet if others helped you." He didn't believe for a second that Lin Ling and the others could stop that wave of bandits. You have a pair of good dog eyes. Indeed, most of these bandits weren't killed by the 3 of us. Lin Ling smiled. Did you hear that? This bet doesn't count. Su Jun burst into laughter. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so stupid as to admit it. The crowd sighed. Lin Ling shouldn't have admitted it. Wouldn't it be fine if he just said that the 3 of them killed the bandits? But I'd like to ask, is Goddess Danran one of us? Lin Ling suddenly asked. Of course, when you invited her, everyone saw it. She belongs to your team. Su Jun was still laughing at Lin Ling's stupidity. He was about to wave his hand and leave when Lin Ling stopped him. Hold on. I said someone helped us, but I didn't say who it was. I'll tell you now. That person is Goddess Danran. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they all stared at Danran. If they remembered correctly, this beauty was heavily injured. That was why Su Jun's team had abandoned her. But now, Goddess Danran had stopped the bandits' massacre? You're joking, right? Goddess Danran was in our team before. Do you think we don't know how strong she is? Besides Su Jun, a young man immediately shouted coldly, his face full of contempt. Lin Ling glanced at Goddess Danran. She nodded coldly and stepped forward. She gently thrust her hand forward, releasing a mysterious power. Realm Essence. Moreover, it wasn't in the form of a Realm Essence seed. It had already matured. Although it hadn't reached 10%, it was stronger than most people's Realm Essence. Bang! The talkative young man's expression changed. He also released his Realm Essence, but when their palms collided, he was swept away by a gust of wind and flew hundreds of meters back. He crashed into a restaurant in the distance and couldn't get up again. Do you know how strong I am? After defeating her opponent in one move, Goddess Danran looked at the crowd mockingly like an icy fairy. Hiss. Gasps could be heard one after another. Some of them were even rubbing their eyes to see if it was real. When Goddess Danran wasn't injured, she wasn't weak. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been recruited by Su Jun's team. But now, she seemed to have recovered her strength. Goddess Danran, what happened to your injuries? A burly young man asked with a frown. He still couldn't believe it. I've recovered and my cultivation has increased slightly. My realm essence and talent have fused better, Danran said calmly. Most geniuses used their realm essence but didn't fuse it with their talent. The reason was that their realm essence wasn't strong enough. Chapter 2180. Destruction followed by re-establishment. Hearing this, the burly young man's face turned ugly. He suddenly said, "How about joining us?" In this cruel mission, having a strong teammate would undoubtedly increase the chances of survival. Hee, do you think that's possible? Danran's mocking expression deepened. The burly youth immediately felt a little embarrassed. When the others were injured, they abandoned them. Now that the others had become stronger, they would definitely not care about them anymore. It's all your fault, Sukuin. If you hadn't called her a cripple, how could we have abandoned her? The burly youth vented his anger on Lord Su. After all, Lord Su was not the strongest in their team. Su Jun was also tongue-tied at this moment, unable to say anything. Now, have you fulfilled your promise? Lin Ling said with a calm expression. This matter is obvious to all, so he can't go back on his word. If he reneges on his debt, then his cutie commandery will lose face. Sukuin and I are teammates. But in this matter, I'll side with reason, not kinship. Murmurs erupted from the crowd. Even Su Jun's teammates didn't speak up for him, because they too were angry at Su Jun for abandoning an expert like Danran. Do I really have to run? Su Jun's pupils trembled. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Let's fulfill our promise first. As for other matters, we can deal with them later. Even if he wanted to help Lord Su, it seemed very difficult now. Most importantly, the others were supporting Lin Ling. He definitely did not want to incur the wrath of the crowd. After all, he might need the help of the other teams in the upcoming bandit massacre. As for the grudge between Su Jun and Lin Ling, he naturally couldn't be bothered with it. He would deal with it after the bet was completed. All right, I'll take it off. The surrounding voices made Su Jun feel helpless. He glared at Lin Ling with resentment and slowly took off his clothes. Dudu? I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Lin Ling suddenly laughed. The crowd's eyes narrowed. That was because Lord Su, a genius expert, was actually wearing a doo-doo underneath his clothes. This hobby left them speechless. And it's red. Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but say, "Ha!" The crowd finally burst into laughter. After Su Jun took off his clothes, he quickly ran along the empty city. This could also be called streaking. Your skin is quite white, you must be a gigolo. But it's so small. Laughter came from behind, making Lord Su wish he could dig a hole and hide in it. He hated Lin Ling to the bone. If it wasn't for the fact that the Martial Gods Battalion was backing him up, he would have killed Lin Ling a long time ago. However, he would never let Lin Ling off. As for Lin Ling, there was a cold glint in his eyes. It was impossible to resolve the grudge between him and Su Jun. Therefore, if there was a chance, he would not let the latter off. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Lin Ling shook his head and entered the inn. Right now, he needed to raise his strength as quickly as possible. Because of the wave of bandits 3 days ago, he also felt some pressure. They had only killed a few thousand bandits, but they were a little powerless. What if it was more than 1 billion? Moreover, his left eye saw that even more cavalry had appeared on the prairie, and they were crazily slaughtering the geniuses from all over the world. It wouldn't be long before this city was definitely not safe. However, the battle 3 days ago had made Lin Ling about to break through. After entering the inn, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. The divine crystal energy left in his body last time was being continuously absorbed. The source of corporeal energy in his dantian was also becoming larger and larger. Outside the spherical energy, there was a faint layer of light lingering around it. That was the boundary essence. Bang, bang, bang. As if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, the sound continued to ring out. The source of corporeal energy seemed to be breaking through the laws of heaven and earth and stepping into a new world. Outside the city, after watching the good show, the geniuses from all over the world went back to rest. They only treated the previous matter as a joke. What they cared more about was the upcoming massacre. This was because they had also sensed that something was wrong. It was as if even more experts had descended, and the city seemed to be in danger. This was also the reason why they had helped Lin Ling before. It was because they didn't want to see Lin Ling being suppressed. With one more person, their survival would be guaranteed. As for Lord Su, he gritted his teeth and ran through the entire city. When he returned to the inn, his teammates looked at him strangely. Lord Su, your taste is really unique. His skin is quite white, but it's a little small there. His teammates laughed as they spoke. Although Lord Su's background wasn't small, since they were able to join this team, their background couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, they didn't have much fear towards Lord Su. Shut up! Lord Su roared angrily, and his resentment towards Lin Ling grew. Then he said word by word, although the mission this time is to face 13 commanderies, the Martial Gods Battalion didn't explicitly state that we can't kill our own people. Hearing this, the others narrowed their eyes, and at this moment, they fell silent. When it came to such matters, they would naturally watch with folded arms. After watching the show, Lu Chengfeng and the others all returned to the inn. When they saw Lin Ling breaking through, they were speechless. Danger could come at any time in this place, and they could all be wiped out at any time. Yet, Lin Ling was in the mood to break through? This guy is really brave. If a strong enemy comes and stops his breakthrough, he'll be in trouble. At that time, he won't be able to fight back. Pan Luyun shook his head helplessly. That's because you're too inexperienced. For some geniuses who often train, the more dangerous the place, the more they need to break through. How can they grow without breaking? Luyun, I've realized that you're the least experienced among us, like a flower in a greenhouse. Goddess Danran said lightly, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Ling with curiosity. She sensed that Lin Ling was different from the geniuses of other worlds. He seemed to have experienced many things and could be compared to the strongest geniuses. It could be said that if Pan Luyun and the others had not followed Lin Ling, they would have been dead. I'll guard him. You two can walk around in case something happens, Goddess Danran said. All right, I've rested enough anyway. My bones are itching. Pan Luyun and the others nodded. Lin Ling was at a critical moment. Around him, surging nomological laws roared and white flames spread out. What a rich nomological power. Seeing this, Goddess Danran's expression changed. She sensed that Lin Ling's nomological laws were rising rapidly and had reached 80 million. Lin Ling was only a level 4 martial emperor. Would his nomological laws reach 100 million after breaking through? That was too terrifying. After all, one could only reach 100 million nomological laws after reaching level 7 martial emperor. Where did he come from? He's so powerful. Goddess Danran was surprised. She was even more curious about Lin Ling. Chapter 2181. Realm Breakthrough. 100,000 geniuses from all over the world. None of them are weak. If they fight, the 13th commandery will have more casualties, but the 13th commandery has more people. If this goes on, many geniuses from all over the world will die. Since we're here for the mission, we're prepared for life and death. Don't think too much. Hey, there's a deer. While the two of them were chatting, they suddenly saw a white deer sweeping across the prairie. Although the deer looked like an ordinary species, it made them excited. Both of them reached out and caught the deer. After skinning it, they brought it back to the inn and roasted it. They might die in the next moment, so they cherished the time before them. Since that was the case, they had to eat their fill first. They didn't want to starve to death in hell. In front of the inn, the aroma of meat wafted out. On the second floor, Goddess Danran shook her head helplessly. However, after smelling the aroma, she licked her lips. However, just as the deer was about to be cooked, several figures suddenly appeared. You're in a good mood. You're still thinking about roasting meat. Be careful, you'll die quickly if you eat too much. The newcomers were Lord Su. They looked down at Pan Luyun and the others from above. This guy is here. Danran was the first to react when she saw Lord Su and the others. However, when she saw Lin Ling who was about to break through, she stood still. Below the inn, Pan Luyun and the others looked unsightly. Lu Chengfeng said, "It's none of your business. How dare a person from the lower world speak so arrogantly?" Lord Su's face was extremely gloomy. The anger in his heart was like a bomb that had been set on fire. Now it was finally ignited. This was because if the news of him running naked was spread out, the Iron Su Commandery would lose all its face. His family would also punish him. How could a native warrior of the martial god realm be toyed with by ants from the lower world? This couldn't be justified. Therefore, he had to kill these lowly ants. Your arrogance has come to an end. Realm essence appeared in Lord Su's hand, and he threw out a mighty punch. Boom! The entire street shook. With just one punch, Pan Luyun was severely injured. Instantly, a large number of geniuses walked out of the street, frowning as they watched the scene. They never expected that Lord Su would actually make a move. Although the martial god camp didn't stipulate that geniuses couldn't attack each other, it also didn't explicitly state that it was allowed. So, this sort of attack might be a violation of the rules. If the martial god camp investigated and wanted to pursue these mistakes, then Lord Su might be eliminated. Su-kun, you're clearly going all out. If it were me, I'd probably do the same. After all, it's not a good thing to run around naked. Those fellows are in for some bad luck. Many people shook their heads. Bang! Another explosion was heard. Although Lu Chengfeng was not weak, he was unable to fend off Lord Su and the others. Moreover, Lord Su was a rank 6 martial emperor realm genius. If he was in Lin Ling's world, he alone could defeat all the ancient giants. Go fucking die. Lu Chengfeng suppressed his injuries, roared angrily, and pounced again. Not bad. You actually have 4,000 laws. However, your boundary essence is still unstable. The boundary essence seed must have just awakened. Lord Su let out a long breath and said disdainfully. At the same time, he released his own laws. This was the power of 6,000 laws. Lu Chengfeng was instantly sent flying and smashed onto the ground. If Lord Su hadn't wanted to slowly humiliate him, he would have killed him in one move. The 3 people beside him were all smiling as they picked up the roasted venison and ate it. You bastard! Pan Luyun was furious. It wasn't easy for them to find the venison, but these guys snatched it away. Trash doesn't have the right to speak. King Cloud Step. One of the young men sneered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Pan Luyun. His big hand grabbed out, and the power of the universe was released. Bang! Pan Luyun was grabbed by the neck and smashed into the ground. The young man stepped on him and ate the venison. He smiled and said, "Martial artists from the lower realm shouldn't be too arrogant in front of us native martial artists." As soon as he said that, The geniuses from all over the world narrowed their eyes. They were unconvinced, but when they thought of Lord Su's background and strength, they endured it. You want to eat venison? Eat the bones. Lord Su also smashed Lu Qingfeng to the ground and stepped on him. You've gone too far. Lu Qingfeng and Pan Liyun's eyes were red. On the second floor, Fairy Danxia clenched her fists. She hadn't made a move because Lin Ling was at the critical moment of his breakthrough, so she had to protect him. But now, she couldn't hold back anymore. But at that moment, the void suddenly fluctuated behind her, and the white flames began to retreat like the tide. Success. She felt the surging aura. Fairy Danxia couldn't help but be delighted. At that moment, Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened them, a bright light shot out from his left eye, shattering the void. It was extremely sharp. Now, he had successfully reached the level 5 Martial Emperor realm. His 6 paths of reincarnation had also reached the peak. He had reached the complete realm of the heavens and had 100 million laws of power. If he were in Lin Ling's realm, he could easily bring someone into the reincarnation cycle. Moreover, with the breakthrough in his realm, his divine demon body and soul power had also increased slightly. His own laws had also reached 500,000. However, Lin Ling converted all of the laws in his body into the boundary essence, increasing the power of the boundary essence slightly. With 100 million laws of power and 10% of his realm essence, even if Lin Ling's talent wasn't strong, he could defeat any level 7 martial emperor. As expected of the martial god realm. It feels like the time spent cultivating here is much shorter. Lin Ling smiled. With my current strength, the Sun God King and the others won't be a match for me. Even if they join forces, I won't be afraid of them. He finally relaxed. In the past, he could defeat all of the ancient giants with his realm essence. However, if they joined forces, he would have a headache. But now, he wasn't afraid. Moreover, after coming to the martial god realm, he had seen a lot of experts and felt pressured. But now, he felt that he wasn't at the bottom anymore. Lin Ling, you've broken through. At that moment, Fairy Danxia's surprised voice was heard. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Fairy Danxia was shocked. Previously, she couldn't see through Lin Ling. Now, she couldn't see through Lin Ling. Perhaps Lin Ling's strength could be ranked in the upper middle among the 100,000 geniuses. Oh no, Lord Su is here. After the surprise, Fairy Danxia suddenly said and pointed outside the inn. Hasn't that stray dog been taught a lesson enough? Lin Ling was a little surprised. In his opinion, Lord Su had suffered many losses in front of him. He should have restrained himself. Then he quickly walked to the window and looked outside the inn. Suddenly, a strong murderous aura spread out from his body. Chapter 2182. Waste in truth, Lin Ling had been using the Qi concealment divine art to hide his aura, so others couldn't sense his killing intent. But when he saw what was happening outside the window, he subconsciously released his killing intent. That killing intent was accumulated from killing hundreds of millions of people. Naturally, Fairy Danxia found it difficult to resist. Outside the window, a large number of youths gathered in the distance, frowning as they watched everything unfold before them. Below the inn, Lu Qingfeng and Pan Liyun were being stepped on. Su Jun and his friends were eating venison and throwing the bones in front of Lu Qingfeng and the others. This meat is not bad. You two really have the fate of slaves. We've finished all the roasted meat. I'll leave the bones for you. The youths who were eating the venison laughed. You've gone too far. Lu Qingfeng and the others were roaring, but Su Jun enjoyed their angry voices. He threw a bone on the ground and stepped on it a few times. Then he kicked it at Lu Qingfeng and the others. Eat these bones. When the other youths saw this, they immediately followed suit and stepped on the bones on the ground a few times. Eat it right away. Ha! They were so arrogant that the geniuses from all over the world couldn't stand it anymore. But when they thought of Su Jun and the others' identities, they swallowed their anger. Do you want me to feed you? Su Jun narrowed his eyes when he saw that Lu Qingfeng and the others were unwilling to submit. I'll feed them. If they don't eat, I'll break their teeth. One of the youths understood Su Jun's intentions very well and walked over. Don't let them waste food. Su Jun immediately smiled and nodded. However, just as he finished speaking, an explosive shout rang out like a bolt from the blue. Waste your mother! In the sky, a sword slashed down fiercely. The sword light was like a crescent blade, and the roar of a demon god could be heard. Boom! The violent sword slashed down, and the youth who wanted to feed the bones was smashed into a meat patty. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this sword was. Suddenly, countless gazes turned to the figure that suddenly appeared. They were surprised to find that the youth was Lin Ling. Of course, what surprised them was that Lin Ling was actually so strong. You've come. Lord Su was also surprised by Lin Ling's crazy methods. After all, his friend was a level 5 martial emperor and had 3,000 laws. How could he have been smashed to death by a single sword strike? Why are you in such a hurry? You have a share of those bones too. Su Jun said coldly. Among so many people, he wanted Lin Ling dead the most. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly turned around, and his icy cold eyes stared at Su Jun. Terrifying killing intent suffused the air, and it actually caused Su Junto feel a chill in his heart. Last time, he'd been affected by Lin Ling's killing intent, and this time, he noticed that Lin Ling's killing intent was even denser than before. Kill him. However, killing intent did not represent strength, so Su Jun was still confident. Lin Ling, let me help you. On the second floor, Fairy Danxia immediately said, No need. I'll deal with these pieces of trash by myself. Lin Ling said in a cold voice. This was the first time he wanted to kill someone so much since he came to the martial god realm. It was also the first time he had killed someone. Bang! With the sword in his hand, his god-demon body was even more domineering and majestic. Die! Lin Ling slashed out fiercely with his sword. His physical strength was strong enough to move mountains and rivers. Under that sword, the eyes of the young man who wanted to attack trembled violently. The power of the laws that he had unleashed was instantly destroyed. He did not even have the chance to activate his boundary essence seed before he was smashed into pieces by the sword. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. That sword strike was so terrifying. The crowd widened their eyes. In their impression, Lin Ling was not so strong. Could it be that he did not use his full strength when he was suppressing the bandits? Someone exclaimed, causing many people to nod their heads. This was the only explanation. Shaman Luo Vine. Another young man suddenly gritted his teeth and activated 4,000 laws. Moreover, he pointed out with his finger and the light of boundary essence bloomed. He took advantage of the moment when Lin Ling was killing his companions to attack Lin Ling viciously. Azura Dao. Lin Ling did not even look at him. He stretched out his left hand. In his palm, white flames surged out like ripples, easily blocking the young man's power of laws. His right hand did not stop. He slashed out with his sword. Rumble. Although the young man had a boundary essence seed, it was clearly only at the awakening stage. Under the 6 paths of reincarnation and the tyrannical song sword, his body was cut in half. As he stared at Lin Ling, his upper body began to slide down. He never imagined that while Lu Chengfeng and the others were not strong, this Lin Ling was actually so strong. He's broken through. Previously, his laws of fire had already reached over 5,000. The surrounding geniuses all sucked in a breath of cold air. They gradually noticed the changes in Lin Ling. Of course, even Lord Su was the same. To him, Lin Ling was clearly a formidable opponent. It looks like I've underestimated you. But don't think that with 5,000 laws you can look down on everyone. All over Lord Su's body, the surging laws were roaring. Very good, Lin Ling was not as weak as he had imagined. This was what he wanted to see. However, while he regarded Lin Ling as a formidable opponent, Lin Ling did not regard him as a formidable opponent. Heavenly Tao. A low roar came out of Lin Ling's mouth, and 100 million laws erupted. The moment these laws appeared, the entire city shook. The white flames seemed to envelop the entire city, making it difficult for many people to breathe. Especially the geniuses present, they were dumbfounded. This was because Lin Ling was only at the rank 5 martial emperor realm, but he possessed 100 million Dharma laws. In the martial god world, one had to be at least at the rank 7 martial emperor realm to possess 100 million Dharma laws. Not every rank 7 martial emperor had one. As soon as the laws appeared, Lord Su's face turned pale. He never expected Lin Ling to be so strong. He suddenly realized that he had not figured out Lin Ling's exact strength. Next, was there a need to fight? Obviously, there was no need. All his laws and boundary essence would not be able to block Lin Ling's heavenly Tao laws. Moreover, Lin Ling had not used his boundary essence yet. Therefore, he immediately knew that he was no match for Lin Ling. "You've got guts," Lord Su said. He was already thinking of running away. However, could he escape? Rumble. In the sky, the surging heavenly Tao reincarnation erupted with a terrifying suction force, pulling Lord Su's body, making him unable to move. As for Lin Ling, he walked over step by step, as if the flame god was walking over. What are you trying to do?" Looking at the expressionless Lin Ling, Lord Su began to panic. However, Lin Ling did not say a word, his expression extremely cold. On the contrary, the geniuses from the various worlds kept exclaiming in admiration, and some even became excited. "So powerful. I wonder which world this guy is from. He's actually stronger than the native cultivators of the martial god realm. A level 5 martial emperor with 100 million laws. His strength can be considered above average. Moreover, he has not used his boundary essence yet." Chapter 2183. Eat the bones. Lu Qingfeng and the others stood up as well. They were shocked by Lin Ling's heaven-defying strength after his breakthrough. However, they soon burst into laughter. They had been humiliated before, and now it was their turn to fight back. "Eat all the bones on the ground." At this moment, Lin Ling shouted coldly. "I'll eat." Su Jun gritted his teeth and replied. He had no other choice now. His strength was inferior, so he could only lose face. "If you dare eat a piece less or spit out a grain of sand, I'll kill you immediately," Lin Ling said again, causing Su Jun's body to tremble. He never expected Lin Ling to be such a ruthless person. The mission hasn't been completed yet, but we scouts are already fighting among ourselves. If the martial god battalion finds out, I wonder how they will punish us." However, at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. A large number of people walked over from the street. It was Su Jun's team. When he saw them, Su Jun's eyes lit up and he almost felt proud because his teammates had arrived. The crowd also narrowed their eyes. They wondered how Lin Ling would deal with this relationship. "It's none of your business." However, Lin Ling shouted angrily. "Huh!" Su Jun's teammates narrowed their eyes. What did it have to do with them? This Lin Ling guy was too arrogant. Immediately, their faces darkened with anger. Su Jun's mouth was wide open. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so domineering. He dared to provoke his entire team alone. "Hurry up and eat or I'll break all your teeth," Lin Ling shouted again. The reason why he ignored those people was because he was not afraid of them. If they provoked him, he would just fight them. Moreover, he had just broken through to the next level. In fact, he really wanted to have a thorough battle to see how strong he was now. Su Jun did not dare to say anything else. He quickly ate the bones, his face full of anger. These bones were leftovers from their meal, and they had also stepped on them. Now, he had lifted a rock and smashed his own foot. As for Lord Su's team, those experts all had cold expressions on their faces, but they also fell silent. Because Lin Ling was too arrogant, they didn't dare to act rashly. However, they believed that Lin Ling, this lowly commoner of the lower realm, would be dealt with sooner or later. Perhaps it was because they were cursing in their hearts, or because someone just happened to be passing by, but at this moment, a figure was floating in the sky above Sky City, overlooking everything that was happening in the city. He held a jade bone fan in his hand, and his white robes fluttered in the wind. His hair casually fell to his shoulders, and he exuded a lazy and carefree aura. Lord Su, you're a local martial artist, yet you're being bullied by ants from the lower realm. How embarrassing. A calm voice drifted out from that person's mouth. With a swish, he opened the jade bone fan and gently waved it. Lord Su immediately raised his head, his face filled with joy. Young Master Thousand Bones, save me. Young Master Chengu? Is he the strongest genius of the Bone King Commandery? White Bone Fan, it should be him. This guy is ranked in the top 20 among the 100,000 geniuses from different worlds. Many people stared at the sky, their faces changing dramatically. Young Master Thousand Bones was at the 7th level of the Martial Emperor realm, and his Dharma was extremely powerful. It was said that even his boundary essence was about to be converted to 10%. 10% of boundary essence was undoubtedly more powerful than 90% of the geniuses. After all, boundary essence was harder to be born than Dharma. Why is this guy here? Shouldn't experts of his level be eliminating the masters of the 13 commanderies and fighting for a place in the top 10? Another person exclaimed, as if he had seen a divine dragon appear among a flock of sheep. Is there an expert from the 13 commanderies nearby? It shouldn't be. However, this mission is not in vain since we can see this famous genius. Many people spoke up, their words were filled with admiration. However, young Master Thousand Bones did not care about their admiration at all. Instead, he looked at Lord Su calmly and said, "Save you? You're a disgrace to us local martial artists. Who would save you?" Lord Su's face turned ashen when he heard this. He knew young Master Thousand Bones, but it did not mean that young Master Thousand Bones would give him any face. However, young Master Thousand Bones looked at Lin Ling and said, "And you, we're on a mission now. Do you think it's impressive to bully your own people instead of eliminating bandits? However, I have something important to do now. You guys better disappear from my sight immediately." Obviously, he did not have time to pay attention to Lin Ling and the others, so he did not bother to pay attention to them. Looking at young Master Thousand Bones, Lin Ling's expression did not change. Instead, he slowly walked forward and stopped in front of Lord Su. This action caused the crowd to be puzzled. What was Lin Ling trying to do? Even young Master Thousand Bones frowned and was a little unhappy. He had asked these weak trash to get lost, but the young man did not give him face. Was it not enough for him to humiliate Lord Su? However, Lin Ling's next action made young Master Thousand Bones' pupils dilate. Lin Ling did not say anything and slashed out with his sword. Lord Su's head fell off and rolled on the ground. His eyes were wide open. He never thought that Lin Ling would kill him, and in front of young Master Thousand Bones. If he was still alive, he would definitely curse Lin Ling as a madman. Killing him in front of young Master Thousand Bones was equivalent to embarrassing young Master Thousand Bones. How could he know that Lin Ling's principle was to treat others the way they treated him? Lin Ling had never killed Lord Su, so Lord Su should hide far away and not come to court death. Otherwise, whether young Master Thousand Bones was here or not, Lin Ling would kill him all the same. After killing Lord Su, Lin Ling shook his sword, and the blood on the blade was sprinkled by him. The entire process was very calm and even calm. This guy. The crowd was not as calm as Lin Ling. Each and every one of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Then they stared at the sky. Young Master Thousand Bones should be furious. Sure enough, young Master Thousand Bones stopped waving his fan, his face cold and indifferent. "I didn't kill you before because I had important matters to attend to. This doesn't mean that I fear you. You're just an ant from the lower realms. Not only did you provoke us native martial artists, you even dared to kill Lord Su. He came to kill me and I came to kill him. It's that simple. Moreover, this matter seems to have nothing to do with you." Lin Ling calmly said. "Nothing to do with me? He's a native martial artist. No matter how much trash he is, it's not your turn to kill him, much less in front of me. Do you think us native martial artists are easy to provoke?" Young Master Thousand Bones shook his head. Anyone could see that he wanted to kill Lin Ling. "I've never thought that martial artists were easy to provoke. It's just that Lord Su was the one who provoked us first. There are witnesses and evidence in this matter. Could it be that local martial artists have a golden border on their heads that allows them to bully others as they please? Lin Ling remained calm. Hearing this, everyone nodded. That was indeed the case. It was Lord Su who provoked Lin Ling first. Chapter 2184. I don't care what nonsense you have. Since you dare to kill in front of me, you only have two choices. 1. Die. 2. Fight me. Young noble Thousand Bones coldly shook his head. His body began to emit a powerful aura. The bone fan in his hand turned into a mountain of bones. Behind him, layers upon layers appeared as if it was made up of countless bones. It seems like you have more nonsense than I do. Lin Ling looked at the sky and shook his head. He was unfazed, as if the sky was collapsing. Lin Ling had a grudge against him, so he would use strength to decide everything. Since Lin Ling was stronger, he would kill his opponent. This was very fair. What did this have to do with young Master Thousand Bones in the sky? Could it be that Lin Ling was in the way of young Master Thousand Bones killing an enemy? At this moment, many people were secretly on Lin Ling's side. However, they were also worried for Lin Ling. After all, young Master Thousand Bones was a Stage 7 martial emperor. Incarnation of the dead card. However, at this moment, a cold voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. 80 million laws burst out, and a mysterious black card appeared in the sky. It was like an ancient gate that smashed down. Moreover, the huge card was not smashing toward Lin Ling, but toward young Master Thousand Bones. This sudden change caused countless people's eyes to tremble violently. What was going on? Even young Master Thousand Bones was shocked. However, when he thought of his purpose for coming here, he suddenly understood. Thousand Bones Mountain Fan. He waved the fan, and layers of bones surged toward the sky like seawater. The number of laws had reached 90 million. However, Lin Ling could see that young Master Thousand Bones only had 70 million laws. The mysterious fan had increased the number of his laws. Crack, crack, crack. The mysterious huge card in the sky suddenly became dazzling and turned into countless palm-sized black fragments. They flew around like locusts, avoiding the sea of laws. However, the huge ancient card soon appeared on the other side. Moreover, it was not just one ancient card that appeared, but 8. It was as if 8 huge divine gates were floating in the sky. The oppressive aura made it difficult for countless people to breathe. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Young Master Qiangu also spoke when he saw this, and an old man quietly appeared in the sky. This person had a lion's beard and long hair, and he gave off a mighty aura without being angry as he coldly looked at the ground. Kill! At the same time, outside Sky City, a large number of sounds of killing rose to the sky. Sky City had been unknowingly surrounded. It was the enemy. When they sensed the terrifying aura, the expressions of all the geniuses from various worlds changed drastically. The city was surrounded. They were dead for sure. An atmosphere of panic unknowingly spread out. Of course, there were only 2 people who could calmly face such a situation. One of them was young Master Qiangu. He did not come here because he had nothing better to do. In fact, he came here because of young Master Qiangu. The other person was Lin Ling. After Lin Ling had broken through to the next realm, his left eye could see that outside the Sky City, there was already a huge army. The wicked king of the 8 gates, the ruler of the 13 commanderies, I didn't expect him to go to battle in person. Young Master Qiangu's words caused all the geniuses in the city to turn ashen. Not only was there a huge army coming, but even the rulers of the commanderies were here. They were undoubtedly doomed. The rulers of the commanderies were all extremely powerful. Apart from the top geniuses from various worlds, who could stop them? Fortunately, young Master Qiangu is here. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have a 10% chance. Young Master Qiangu, you must kill him. Then, many people stared at young Master Qiangu. A glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. Young Master Qiangu was one of the top geniuses from various worlds. He might be able to kill young Master Qiangu. Moreover, they could tell that young Master Qiangu seemed to have come for the ruler. Unfortunately, they did not see that young Master Qiangu's face was somewhat grave. He did not pay attention to the admiring voices of the crowd. Instead, he stared indifferently at the old man opposite him. Your strength is not bad. Among this batch of scouts, you should be able to rank in the top 20. The old man finally spoke. His voice was as deep as thunder, as if a lion was roaring angrily. Your Dharma has reached 100 million. Moreover, your sector essence should have reached 10%. You are indeed a strong opponent. My strength is not the strongest in the 13 commanderies. However, I still have a little hope of killing you. The old man clearly did not underestimate young Master Qiangu. He knew that among these geniuses from various worlds, there were more than a dozen who were extremely terrifying. Moreover, these powerful geniuses had already arrived at the commanderies and were attempting to kill the ruler of the commanderies to obtain military merits. This time, the Martial Gods Battalion had recruited many monstrous geniuses. They had only sent out scouts, but it was already difficult for them to resist. Thank you for your compliment. However, I will not be so arrogant as to think that I can easily kill you, young Master Qiangu said indifferently. From his attitude towards the enemy, it could be seen that his current strength was not an undeserved reputation. This kind of battle is not something you can participate in. Then, young Master Qiangu looked at the crowd and sneered at Lin Ling. It was as if he was saying that Lin Ling was lucky. If it were not for the arrival of a strong enemy, Lin Ling would definitely know how lowly he was. Prepare to attack the city. If we don't charge out of Sky City, we will die. With young Master Qiangu blocking the ruler of the commanderies, we still have hope. Young Master Qiangu, go for it. The crowd's morale was immediately boosted. Although they were no match for young Master Qiangu, they would not allow themselves to be captured. You are the ruler of the commanderies? However, just as the crowd was about to move, Lin Ling's voice suddenly drifted out, startling the crowd. What was Lin Ling doing? Young Master Qiangu stared at Lin Ling in surprise. Can I obtain military merits by killing you? Lin Ling asked again, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Yes, so what? Young Master Qiangu smiled disdainfully. He also saw that the person who had spoken was only at rank 5 Martial Emperor realm. This strength was not enough for him to take seriously. Yes, that's right. I will kill you. However, Lin Ling's next words silenced the entire city. Everyone widened their eyes. Lin Ling was going to kill him? Even young Master Qiangu's eyes narrowed. However, he soon sneered. In fact, he was very afraid of young Master Qiangu, so he had not attacked. Who would have thought that Lin Ling, a nobody from the lower plane, would overestimate himself and want to fight? Well, I can use Lin Ling to see young Master Qiangu's strength. The surprise in the 8 Gates Wicked King's heart surged like waves in the ocean. Furthermore, his expression became unsightly because his opponent was the Thousand-Bone Prince, not the ordinary geniuses from the various worlds. If you want to kill me, you have to be alive first. Turn into a death card. Young Master Qiangu did not bother to talk nonsense. He would kill him directly. Rumble. In the sky, the huge death card that seemed to be able to destroy a realm smashed down heavily. Chapter 2185. 8 Gates Decipher, Tyrannical Singing Sword. Lin Ling gave a low shout and raised his sword to block. However, that mysterious giant tablet seemed to be a powerful immortal weapon. Its laws were extremely turbulent, constantly suppressing Lin Ling. He's dead. At this moment, many shook their heads and even mocked Lin Ling for overestimating himself. Even the 8 Gates King was the same. His eyes fell on young noble Qiangu because the latter was the real enemy. 9 steps of the demonic god. However, in front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling suddenly vanished. He had actually managed to avoid being locked onto by the laws. Hey, you're quite capable. Seeing this, the evil king of the 8 Gates became interested, but he quickly shouted, Death Locust Incarnation. Boom. The huge ancient tablet exploded, turning into countless palm-sized black tablets, fluttering in the air, chasing after Lin Ling. This law is very difficult to deal with. Young Master Thousand Bones thought to himself as he stared at the laws in the sky. He began to analyze how to break the law tablet. He didn't even look at Lin Ling, as he believed that Lin Ling was dead for sure. 9 devil steps. However, Lin Ling's footsteps also became mysterious. He actually weaved in and out of the tens of thousands of black cards, safe and sound. Amazing! That's a law martial technique, and it's at the pinnacle. 9 steps of the Celestial Devil. I seem to have heard of this martial art before. It seems to be the strongest martial art in the Celestial Devil world. The surrounding crowd was astonished. Lin Ling was so hard to kill? 8 Gates Evil King frowned. 2 moves had failed to kill Lin Ling. This was beyond his expectations. Looks like you're the #1 genius expert in this city, second only to young Master Thousand Bones. Unfortunately, you're still going to die. 8 Gates Bandit King's eyes flickered. Another mysterious giant tablet smashed down from the sky and chased after Lin Ling from above. Being chased from above and behind, Lin Ling was clearly in even more danger. Fairy Danxia almost cried out. However, beneath her gaze, Lin Ling's complexion remained as calm as before. It was as if he had seen through these laws and was able to calmly advance through the army. This time, the entire city was shocked. This was because in everyone's opinion, only young Master Qiangu was a match for the 8-Gate Evil King. Who would have thought that Lin Ling and the latter would be evenly matched? Again, this king doesn't believe in heresy. Octagon Evil King's face turned ugly as he summoned even more tablets to attack Lin Ling. In the beginning, the 3 ancient tablets chased after Lin Ling, triggering terrifying laws. Gradually there were 4. Slowly, 5. Young Master Thousand Bones' pupils hardened. Even he would be in an extremely miserable state if he encountered such a situation. However, Lin Ling was still safe and sound, as if he was walking among a field of flowers. Seeing this unexpected scene, the 8 Gates Evil King blew his beard. Was this ant really that difficult to kill? Hexagon Wicked King Realm. Rumble. An even more terrifying force erupted. The 6 mysterious ancient tablets were like giant shields that pressed down on Lin Ling. Some of them shattered, turning into endless locusts, while others were still as huge as before, smashing down like a divine gate. Facing these laws, Lin Ling's expression turned serious, but he still pushed the 9 celestial steps to the limit. This was because he was not afraid of the 8 Gates Evil King in terms of laws. 7 Gates Evil Light Demonic Shadows. The sky was filled with ancient tablets, and the number of laws had almost reached 150 million. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Heavenly Law. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling finally made his move. The flame in his left hand rose and formed a dazzling circle. In an instant, he also erupted with 100 million laws. This guy. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I underestimated him. Young Master Thousand Bone and Octagon Evil King shouted at the same time. 8th Gate. Octagon Evil King's heart was boiling with anger. He erupted with all the laws as if the 8 gates were to suppress the entire city. If they were suppressed, even if Lin Ling did not die, the others would not be able to escape. He was going to wipe out the city and kill everyone. At this moment, young Master Thousand Bones' heart trembled. If he were to deal with it, he would have to rely on his boundary essence. At this moment, he finally knew that Lin Ling's strength was not much weaker than his. When he thought of how arrogant he was in front of Lin Ling, he immediately felt that it was extremely ironic. Of course, Octagon Evil King felt the same way. After watching for so long, your 8 gates can finally be broken. However, in the face of the calamitous laws, Lin Ling's voice floated in the sky. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation was still sucking in the 8 gates, slowing down the suppression of the tablets. Lin Ling held his sword and charged forward. His blue robe made him look like a celestial. He slashed out with his sword, slashing at the void. However, the 8 gates did not change and were getting closer and closer to smashing the entire city. He slashed out again, as if he was slashing at the air. Countless people widened their eyes. They did not know what Lin Ling was doing. When the fourth, fifth, and sixth slashes came, the crowd finally panicked because the sky had become gloomy. The 8 ancient tablets were smashing down. They did not know how many people would die because they sensed that the mysterious tablets could probably kill Boundary Essence unless the Boundary Essence was strong enough. "Young Master Thousandbone, please make your move." Then the crowd shouted. They could only rely on young Master Thousandbone now. However, young Master Thousandbone's face was pale because even if he did not die when facing the terrifying suppression of the 8 gates, he would definitely be seriously injured. The reason he did not die was because his Boundary Essence was stronger. So, how could he save people? This also showed that he was utterly unable to resist such a situation. 7th slash. However, Lin Ling was still swinging his sword as if he was dancing in the sky. 8th slash. Lin Ling's figure finally stopped after the last slash. His blue robe fluttered in the air as he looked indifferently at Octagon Evil King. "You've given up?" Octagon Evil King said indifferently. "Your strength actually comes from the 8 celestial weapons, and these celestial weapons cannot be broken at all. Even if they are destroyed by powerful attacks, they can instantly reform and recover their previous strength." Lin Ling said calmly. "So you've given up?" Octagon Evil King asked again. "No, it's because the more powerful an immortal weapon is, the stricter the control it needs. You're using the threads of law to control the 8 gates. The 8 gates are the gate of opening, gate of rest, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of death, and gate of wonder." Lin Ling said. "So what?" Octagon Evil King frowned. He did not know why, but he felt uneasy because the young man in front of him was too calm. "Nothing. You just need to follow the corresponding method to cut off the threads of law. Then, you won't be able to control the 8 gates. This is what I saw before. Now break." Lin Ling grunted. As soon as he finished speaking, Octagon Evil King's eyes widened. Lin Ling had seen through his immortal weapons? How was that possible? Were his eyes the eyes of the celestial demon? He must be joking. As a matter of fact, even the geniuses on the ground thought Lin Ling was joking. Bang! However, the next moment, the 8 ancient tablets in the sky broke into pieces right before they were about to hit the ground. They no longer reformed and scattered in every corner of the city like building blocks. The hearts of the people in the city exploded upon seeing this. Chapter 2186. The Power of Boundary Essence. Come back, come back, come back. 8 gates wicked king stared at the ground and roared. Unfortunately, it was useless. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. His 8-gate card was obtained in a secret land in the Yen state. It was said that it was left behind by an expert called the Ancestor of the Ancient Sect. The Ancestor of the Ancient Sect was extremely powerful and famous in the martial god 9 states. The 8-gate card was the weapon that made him famous. After obtaining the immortal weapon, he, the 8 gates bandit king, successfully became the lord of the commandery. Who would have thought that he would meet an evil junior who actually broke his 8 gates card? Most importantly, even he did not know the weakness of the 8 gates card. How could this junior know? "I have cut off the threads of law between you and the 8 gates. Come back." At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. In fact, the 8 gates seemed to be controlled by 8 threads. However, ordinary people could not see the threads. Even if they could see them, they could not cut them. If not for Lin Ling's left eye, he would not have been able to see through them. This was because there were rules to cutting off the threads of law. One could not cut them randomly. One had to follow the steps of open door, rest door, life door, pain door, stop door, view door, death door, and surprise door. What else do you have next? Come back. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Ling stepped into the sky and pointed his sword at the 8 gates bandit king. His expression was as calm as ever, as if breaking through the 8 gates was a normal thing and not something to be proud of. However, if young Master Thousandbones had such a record, he would be extremely excited and proud. Therefore, young Master Thousandbones opened his mouth wide and looked at Lin Ling with a gaze full of fear. That guy is definitely more powerful than young Master Thousand Bones. I didn't expect there to be two top 20 geniuses in this city. Come back. Everyone in the city forgot to breathe at this moment. Earlier, Eight Gates' Wicked King was about to fight young Master Thousand Bones. However, Lin Ling suddenly intervened. At that time, no one was optimistic about Lin Ling. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was courting death and that he was a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But now they realized that they were wrong. In the entire city, the truly terrifying one was not Sir Thousand Bones, but Lin Ling. Octagon King understood this point the most. However, his eyes became cold. In the beginning, he looked down on Lin Ling, but now, he didn't dare to do so. Your strength isn't the strongest, but your battle experience, insight, and calmness are all extraordinary. Fortunately, a genius like you hasn't matured yet, or else you would have become a huge problem. The Eight Gates Bandit King coldly spat out these words. His killing intent towards Lin Ling was extremely strong. He must kill Lin Ling. However, since your talent is so terrifying, you must have some kind of background in the Martial God Battalion. Suddenly, the Octagon Evil King asked. The Martial Gods Battalion was filled with experts. It was the Iron Blood Battalion. If that young man was a general's subordinate, then the Octagon Evil King would have to be cautious. He's a genius from the lower realm. He doesn't have any backing in the Martial God barracks. At this time, Sir Thousand Bones coldly said, he actually exposed Lin Ling's origin. In fact, he was very afraid of Lin Ling, but because of this, he couldn't wait for Lin Ling to be obliterated by the Octagon Evil King. Sir Thousand Bones' actions are a bit ugly. The crowd squinted their eyes and then looked at Sir Thousand Bones with disgust. Earlier, when the Octagon Evil King wanted to destroy the city, the geniuses from all over the world were in danger. At that time, they wanted Sir Thousand Bones to help, but the latter was scared out of his wits. Instead, the person who saved them was that unknown young man. But now, Sir Thousand Bones actually betrayed that young man? This was too shameless. Thank you for the reminder. The Octagon Evil King smiled with a relaxed expression. He didn't need to be afraid of a genius without a backer. Suddenly, he looked at Sir Thousand Bones and said, "Don't tell me you two are joining forces?" Lin Ling and Sir Thousand Bones were both scouts, so the Octagon Evil King was afraid that Sir Thousand Bones would also join forces. After all, the Octagon Evil King wouldn't be able to win if the two of them joined forces. Young Master Qiangu opened his fan and proudly said, "He and I were originally opponents. It's just that this battle was interrupted because of your arrival. Therefore, I won't join hands with him, and I disdain joining hands with him. In any case, no matter who wins or loses, you'll have to fight me next." In fact, he couldn't wait for Lin Ling and the Octagon Evil King to fight to the death. That way, he would be able to take advantage of the situation. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't have enough information to defeat both Lin Ling and the Octagon Evil King. "Ha, your words are enough. I'll fight you after I kill him." The Octagon Evil King's smile became even colder and he finally let out a sigh of relief. "You have a good eye." Unfortunately, real experts look at boundary essence because this is the martial god world, not the lower world. Little guy, let me teach you a lesson before you die. If you don't have absolute strength, don't force yourself. A black light appeared on the Octagon Evil King's right hand, and it was extremely oppressive. That was boundary essence. Moreover, that strand of world essence had already reached 10% completion. As soon as the boundary essence appeared, the entire city seemed to be suppressed by an invisible palm. Everyone found it difficult to breathe. Boundary essence was the power of the universe. It came from all the realms, and it was even more terrifying than the laws. Boundary essence was the trump card of every expert in the martial god world. Now that the Octagon Evil King had used boundary essence, it was obvious that he wanted to kill Lin Ling. Most importantly, they discovered that the Octagon Evil King's boundary essence was more powerful than they had imagined. 10% converted? Young Master Qiangu's face turned solemn. He had guessed that he would not be able to kill the Octagon Evil King with his strength. Of course, he was not weak either, so the Octagon Evil King would not be able to kill him. This also meant that he could only protect himself in this mission. He could not kill any commandery lords. You are only a rank 5 martial emperor. Although your vision and laws are not weak, I am a rank 7 martial emperor. Everyone below my level is just an ant. Rumble. Along with the Octagon Evil King's voice, the sky shook. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars had appeared in the sky. Go to hell. He threw out a palm strike, activating his boundary essence to kill Lin Ling. The black light ball was not big, but it suppressed a surging power. If it hit the ground, it would definitely cause great suffering. The Octagon Evil King's boundary essence broke out of his body. Yes. Many people cried out in surprise. The power of boundary essence was too heaven-defying. It could break through any power of laws, but it was also because of this that very few people could break out of their bodies with boundary essence. Most of them wrapped boundary essence in weapons, fists, and legs, using this to kill the enemy. The reason was that the boundary essence was the power of a realm. Only a world king could use this power to attack an enemy from 1,000 meters away. Now, the Octagon Evil King had done it. Even Lin Ling was secretly surprised because he didn't have such a technique. However, when he looked at the black ball of light in the sky, Lin Ling was a little excited. As expected of the martial god realm, every expert here was his teacher. Chapter 2187. First military merit, what is he doing? The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was still not going to make a move? Fairy Danxia, Lu Qingfeng, and the others frowned. Could it be that Lin Ling had no power to resist boundary element? However, upon thinking about it, it was indeed possible. After all, they had never seen Lin Ling use his boundary origin power. His boundary element must still be in the boundary element's seed state. Young Master Qian Gu sneered. The geniuses from the lower realm were short-sighted and did not know the path of martial arts. Boundary element was the right path in the future. The power of a world is invisible and colorless. It is everywhere. Only when you know the rules of the universe can you control boundary element in your heart. Lin Ling closed his eyes and recalled everything he had seen. The wind, clouds, and any sound were blocked by him. He felt as if he had entered the universe and was surrounded by countless mysterious stars and a boundless world. At the same time, Lin Ling raised his sword. A mysterious power surrounded the sword. It was extremely dazzling and even emitted an explosive sound. However, the terrifying thing was that the sound could not be heard by the ears. Only the heart could hear it. Sensing the mysterious power of the boundary element, the wicked Eight Doors King frowned because the boundary element brought him great pressure. Could it be that it was a converted boundary element? Die! Most importantly, he sensed that Lin Ling seemed to be comprehending something. This unknown and mysterious young man was comprehending something in front of him? He was the Lord of the 13 Commanderies. In a weak world, he was already the Lord of the sector. Infinite boundary element. Die! He pounced forward and touched the black ball of light that was shooting towards Lin Ling. He wanted to increase the speed of the boundary element. He knew that he had to kill the young man as soon as possible. Boom! Instantly, Jie Yuan's speed increased. Under countless shocked gazes, Jie Yuan's destructive bombardment turned the entire city into ashes. Dust soared into the sky, and countless people were seriously injured. In the sky, the Eight Gates Evil King appeared once again. His face was somewhat pale, but he was also filled with excitement. It was because he had killed the mysterious young man. The young Master Qian Gu said coldly. His jealousy made him want nothing more than to see Lin Ling die. Is he dead? Some of the geniuses on the ground expressed their doubts. Are you blind? He must be dead, said young Master Qian Gu. Those geniuses nodded helplessly. Lin Ling should really be dead. After all, the lords of the 13 commanderies must be extremely powerful. The martial gods battalion didn't arrange for them to kill the lords of the 13 commanderies. Instead, they were sent as scouts to gather information. The real mission to kill the lords of the 13 commanderies would be when the army of the martial gods battalion set out. Therefore, it was impossible for Lin Ling to survive the attack of the master of the 13th commandery. You guys are thinking too much. However, at this moment, a clear and cold voice suddenly resounded. The black dimensional energy was still raging on the ground, but a dazzling ray of sword light slashed out. Rumble! The sword light was like thunder. It was incomparably fast and sharp, as if it could cut through everything. Puff, puff, puff. Under everyone's gaze, the black dimensional energy was cut through and exploded. Although the people from the lower world are not as powerful as the martial artists from the martial god plane, it is only a matter of time. The experts from the martial god plane are naturally better than the martial artists from the lower world, and they know more things. However, this doesn't mean that the martial artists from the lower world are trash. The voice rang out once again. A slender figure slowly walked out from the boundary energy that swept out in all directions. It was Lin Ling. Seeing this, the entire ground and sky fell into a dead silence. The Eight Gates Evil King was a rank 7 martial emperor, and he had converted 10% of his dimensional energy. In this mission, he could kill 99% of the geniuses from the lower world. However, before his eyes, his powerful dimensional energy had been cut off by an ordinary-looking junior. Could it be that his dimensional energy has also been converted by 10%? The crowd's hearts exploded. They already thought that Lin Ling was powerful enough to break the Eight Gates Evil King's laws. However, they had underestimated Lin Ling because Lin Ling's dimensional energy was not weak either. 10% of his dimensional energy. The Eight Gates Evil King gasped. If there was such a monstrous genius in the martial god plane, he would not be surprised. However, this young man was from the lower world. Retreat. At this moment, he only wanted to retreat. This was because he knew that he had encountered one of the top 10 geniuses from the lower world. Too late. However, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. He raised his sword high up, and a mysterious energy bloomed on the sword. It was constantly pulsing, accompanied by gods, demons, the sun, the moon, and the stars. It even gave people the illusion that the sword was suppressing the power to split the heavens and earth. That's right, it was the power when a world was just born. One should know that the worlds of the lower world were said to have been opened by the ancient martial gods with their own strength. You can't kill me. The Eight Gates Evil King's expression turned solemn as he quickly retreated. If it was at the beginning, then indeed I wouldn't have been able to kill you. However, borrowing your method of using Jie Yuan, I have gained a deeper understanding of Jie Yuan. Lin Ling indifferently said. Moreover, he slashed out with his sword. That slash was clean and sharp like thunder. Most terrifyingly, the dimensional energy turned into a sword ray and pierced through the sky. Space shattering. The Eight Gates Evil King's eyes narrowed. As far as he knew, only a few geniuses from the lower world were able to make their dimensional energy break out of their bodies. Now, there was another one. Most importantly, he discovered that this genius was not born naturally, but someone who had matured later on. This was because this genius had only learned it after seeing the Eight Gates Evil King use his dimensional energy. What kind of terrifying comprehension ability was this? While he was still in shock, the dimensional energy sword slashed down, causing his eyes to widen. He wanted to resist, but it was already too late. He was already too slow. When the sword slashed down, the Eight Gates Evil King was shocked to discover that the mysterious young man's dimensional energy had exceeded 10% and was about to reach 20%. It was no wonder that he had lost. Boom. Then, a deafening sound rang out, like a thunderclap exploding in everyone's hearts, causing many people's hearts to stop beating. The master of the 13 commanderies, the Eight Gates Evil King, had fallen. At this moment, the experts in the martial gods camp were looking at the sand table, estimating the strength of both sides and the distribution of experts. However, at this moment, one of the jade plates that represented the master of the 13 commanderies shattered completely. The army camp suddenly became silent. One of the masters of the 13 commanderies has fallen? This is the first military merit. Finally, someone exclaimed. Chapter 2188. A stray dog. None of the chiefs of the 13 commanderies were weak, and they would need an army to kill them. However, one of the scouts had completed the mission and was the first to die among the chiefs. This is a great military merit. I wonder which dazzling genius it is. Another person spoke. This was a white-haired elder. It must be my subordinate Tang Yue. Bullshit, it's the falling flowers flowing water sword. How about a bet? Let's see who has the highest military merit in this mission. The Grand Commanders were all filled with fighting spirit. They were all optimistic about their own soldiers. You seem to have forgotten about me. That dead Commandery King must have been from my batch of recruits. One of the first commanders was unwilling to be outdone when he saw the endless debate between his comrades. He was surprisingly First Commander Huang Qi. Everyone was stunned and looked at Huang Qi. One of them said seriously, "Brother Huang, are you serious?" "Of course, my soldiers are not cowards." Huang Qi puffed out his chest and said, "Hee hee, you must be joking." The person who spoke couldn't help but laugh out loud. The other commanders also laughed out loud. It wasn't that they were looking down on Commander Huang Qi. It was just that amongst the 100,000 geniuses from the various worlds, only a few were truly dazzling. The other geniuses might have some strength, but it was absolutely impossible for them to attain the most dazzling heights. "Brother, you'd better not gamble. Otherwise, you might go bankrupt. What's more, you still owe us a drink." One of the old men patted Huang Qi's shoulder and comforted him. Huang Qi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't have enough confidence. Among the geniuses he had recruited, it seemed that only Lin Ling wasn't bad, but Lin Ling shouldn't have reached such heights. There are still 12 commandery lords left. I estimate that the rest of them are tough bones. At most, we can kill 3 more. Then, it's up to our army to move out. This batch of scouts can be considered pretty good unpolished jade since they were able to live for more than a year. If they are polished, they will definitely be able to shake the martial god battalion. Soon after, the other Grand Commanders spoke up as they stared at the sand table. Actually, all the geniuses from the various worlds had jade tokens that represented their identities, and they were able to clearly see the situation of their enemies by relying on those tokens. Moreover, those tokens recorded their military exploits. At this moment, Lin Ling's side of the city was still silent. Even the enemies of the commandery were silent. However, after a short while, the enemies retreated majestically. Their panicked expressions were as if they had seen the god of death. This scene made the geniuses in the city go wild with joy. After a long time, they looked at the blue-robed youth in the sky. As the young man walked down, he looked at Sir Thousandbones and said, "It's your turn." Young Master Thousandbones' expression froze on the spot. If he had treated Lin Ling as an ant in the beginning, then now he had to look up to Lin Ling. "You said that I killed a native warrior in front of you. That was a loss of face for you. Now you have the chance to kill me." Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and said indifferently, "Let's fight." Previously, Sir Thousandbones had wanted to challenge him, but he had been focused on obtaining military exploits, so he had ignored him. Now he could fight. Does Sir Thousandbones dare to fight? Countless geniuses looked at Sir Thousandbones with anticipation in their eyes. This was a battle between a native genius of the martial god realm and a genius from the lower realm. This battle had obviously moved the hearts of countless geniuses. Sir Thousandbones' breathing quickened. Should he fight? "My current goal is to kill the ruler of the commandery. Let's postpone our battle," Sir Thousandbones said indifferently after pondering for a moment. He put away the fan in his hand and strode away. However, although his words were pleasant to the ears, everyone knew that Sir Thousandbones did not dare to fight. This was undoubtedly ironic. Sir Thousandbones had been so arrogant at the beginning. He had told everyone to get lost because he wanted to accomplish great things. He wanted to obtain military exploits and kill the ruler of the commandery. However, after Lin Ling defeated the ruler of the commandery, he did not dare to fight and immediately ran away. "Aren't you angry that I took your military exploits?" Lin Ling looked disdainfully at young Master Thousand Bones and spat out a sentence. You're fast, but next time, you won't be able to take my military exploits. Sir Thousand Bones was furious, but he still said indifferently. However, what if I want to fight with you? Lin Ling stepped forward and slowly followed Sir Thousand Bones. Sir Thousand Bones did not want to fight, but he wanted Sir Thousand Bones to fight. Sir Thousand Bones pretended to be carefree as he left. However, when he sensed Lin Ling walking behind him, his face turned ugly. Lin Ling was deliberately making things difficult for him. While he was angry, Lin Ling waved his left hand. A white flame shot out and landed on the ground in front of Sir Thousand Bones, causing the ground to explode. This was a naked provocation. Let's fight. Why run? Lin Ling said again. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. He wanted to see why Sir Thousand Bones was so arrogant. Don't be too arrogant. I don't want to fight because the time isn't right. I'm not afraid of you. Sir Thousand Bones' face was extremely gloomy. In fact, he did not dare to fight, but Lin Ling was too strong. He felt like he had lost all face. You talk too much. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. His boundary essence turned into a sharp crescent moon slash. Gotcha! The fan in Sir Thousand Bones' hand was split in two. He stood there in a daze, looking at the fan in his hand. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. Let's fight. Lin Ling seemed to be waiting for his anger to erupt. Consider yourself lucky today. The next time we meet, I won't let you off. Sir Thousand Bones glared at Lin Ling. In the end, he swallowed his anger, stepped forward, and finally sped up into the distance. This is Sir Thousand Bones? How disappointing. If you don't dare to fight, then don't. Why pretend? Seeing Sir Thousand Bones flee quickly, many people could not help but laugh. Sir Thousand Bones was just a joke. Lin Ling also shook his head. His disdainful voice floated out from his mouth. Stray dog, I have to fight even if I don't want to. Previously, in his battle with the Eight-Gate Evil King, Sir Thousand Bones had exposed his origin. This was a trap. Therefore, when facing such a person, Lin Ling would not be soft-hearted. Boundary Essence Sword. On the sword, terrifying boundary essence bloomed. It turned into a dazzling sword and fiercely slashed out. You dare to kill me? Sensing the killing intent behind him, Sir Thousand Bones immediately cursed. Lin Ling wanted to kill him. You want to kill me, so why don't I kill you? Stray dog. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's sword was still decisive and sharp. Slashed out. Stray dog? His voice was like thunder in Sir Thousand Bones' ears. He clenched his teeth. He was a genius of the martial god realm, but now he had become a stray dog? However, he quickly calmed down and erupted with powerful boundary essence energy. Because Lin Ling was here to kill him, he couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Chapter 2189. A fierce battle, however, young Master Thousand Bones was useless. The sword had taken his life, and he knew that Lin Ling's boundary force was much stronger than his. Let's go! Go! Lin Ling could not be bothered to waste his breath. After killing Sir Thousand Bones, he sheathed his sword and left. After all, his goal was to enter the top 10. Now that he had finally killed the ruler of a commandery, there should be hope for him to enter the top 10. Moreover, when he was fighting with the commandery lord, his strength had increased again. This undoubtedly made Lin Ling's heart jump with joy. On the ground, Fairy Danxia and the rest smiled and quickly followed him. This guy is crazy. Wow! Rank 5 Martial Emperor Realm and 10% of his boundary force. I don't know how he cultivated it. Wow! The most crazy thing is his comprehension ability. I heard the evil Eight Gates King say that he comprehended his boundary force on the spot. He is a genius. Wow! We can only look up to such a genius. I am looking forward to seeing him fight with other geniuses. Wow! Many people exclaimed in admiration as they stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of admiration. In fact, the Martial Emperor Realm was a realm where one could convert their boundary force. Only when the boundary force was converted could it be combined with one's talent and realm. The amount of boundary force converted was related to one's future strength. So far, among the 100,000 geniuses, only a handful of them had converted 10% of their boundary force, and there was one of them. He is so strong. I should have joined his team. Yes, with such a strong teammate, it will not be difficult to survive for a year. When Lin Ling disappeared, the geniuses left the ancient city and were still talking. Lin Ling, you're really something. You actually have 10% of your boundary essence. You've really hidden it well. It was obvious that the ancient city was not suitable for them to stay. Lin Ling and the rest walked along the prairie. Along the way, Lu Chengfeng said in surprise. He had not expected that this guy, who he had met by chance, would be so powerful. Which world are you from? Pan Luyun asked curiously. After all, defeating a native martial artist wasn't something that just anyone could do. It seems to be from the North Territory. Lin Ling thought back. In reality, he did not know what his realm was called. The north boundary seems to be extremely weak. I have to say, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Sometimes, the weaker the boundary, the more powerful the monster. Lu Qingfeng sighed. Lin Ling must be an extremely monstrous existence among the 100,000 geniuses of the north boundary. The north? It is said that a powerful genius was born there. His name is Li Xiaoyao. Fairy Danxia suddenly said. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Li Xiaoyao was so famous in the martial god world. Of course, that's because I pay more attention to the experts of the martial god realm. In fact, although Li Xiaoyao is famous, he hasn't reached the peak of the martial god realm. However, I can be sure that Li Xiaoyao is the representative of the North Territory. Fairy Danxia said with a smile. Apart from cultivation, she usually liked to pay attention to ancient geniuses. She had looked through many ancient books, so she knew many names. I see. No wonder we've never heard of Li Xiaoyao. Pan Luyun and the others nodded in realization. However, for a genius to be recorded in the martial god realm, Li Xiaoyao should be extremely powerful. Looks like I have to get the rest of the stone sculptures as soon as possible. Lin Ling, on the other hand, thought to himself. After this mission, he had to rush back immediately. Enemies are coming. Everyone, get ready. Then, Lin Ling looked forward with his left eye and said nonchalantly. Fairy Danxia and the others' faces became serious. However, seeing that Lin Ling was here, they were not that nervous anymore. After a fierce battle, they appeared in the prairie. With Lin Ling around, they were obviously much safer. Lin Ling's boundary origin was extremely sharp. He had also mastered the attack method of breaking out of the body. Without a doubt, he was like a cold swordsman. His sword was also extremely famous among the enemy. It even made the enemy tremble in fear. Lin Ling and the others had also gained a lot from killing the bandits. There are so many divine crystals. Lin Ling, these are all yours. The bandits of the commanderies all had treasures on them. After they died, Lin Ling and the others naturally took advantage of them. Let's split it equally. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He had always been very forthright with his friends. Seeing that Lin Ling did not care, Pan Luyun and the others were secretly grateful. It was their fortune to meet a friend like Lin Ling during this mission. As for divine crystals, they were extremely rare in the myriad of worlds. No one would complain about having too many. However, Fairy Danxia seemed to have a powerful background. She smiled and refused. She even said casually, I won't share these divine crystals. The three of you can share them equally. So little? Lin Ling and the others rolled their eyes. They knew that this girl's family was extremely wealthy. As time passed, more and more enemies appeared in the prairie. The deadline of 1 year was getting closer and closer. Gradually, 30 to 40,000 of the geniuses from various worlds had died. More than 10,000 had escaped from the prairie. The rest were the real elites. Time is almost up. Get ready to move out. As long as they can hold on until the end, those geniuses will become members of the Martial Gods Battalion. As for those who escaped, They can only roam freely in their own worlds. The martial god's realm, the world of the martial god, is not suitable for them. Many of the enemy soldiers have died. These are all military exploits. I wonder who will become the most dazzling 10 commanders. The commanders from the martial god battalion spoke in an indifferent voice. Their eyes were also looking towards the outside. Thump, thump, thump. Outside the battalion, the war drums were constantly beating. This meant that the scouts' mission was about to end. Currently, the experts of the 13 commanderies have suffered numerous casualties. Thousands of China's generals have died, and 3 commanderies have died. This is a good result. The commanders quickly retracted their gazes and looked at the sand table. The army had not yet moved out, but they had already eliminated 3 commanderies. This undoubtedly boosted the morale of the soldiers. At the same time, it also meant that there were extremely powerful geniuses in this batch of geniuses. One of the commandery lords must have been killed by the falling flowers flowing water sword from my camp. Really? I think D by Mo, the son of the great ancestor, must have killed one of the commanderies. What a joke! Falling flower flowing water is the successor of the 10-sword celestials of Qingzhou. Maybe he has already killed 2 commanderies. Don't forget about Wu Qing in my battalion. Tang Yue is not weak either. During the discussion, the commanders started arguing again. There was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Although they had a good relationship, in the army, military exploits were everything. They represented glory and glory. Therefore, they all wanted the scout in their battalion to take the first place. Another commandery has fallen. It's the Sea Urchin King. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. On the sand table, the jade token representing the Sea Urchin King shattered. This meant that the Sea Urchin King had fallen. Chapter 2190. Heroes emerged from chaotic battles on the battlefield, smoke billowed and blood flowed like a river. Shouts of killing filled the air. Another commandery lord had died, which undoubtedly infuriated the 13th commandery. They wanted to kill all the scouts. However, the geniuses from various worlds were not weak. To be able to make it this far, every one of them had a strong murderous aura and a strong aura. Heroes emerge from chaotic battles. A true expert rises from killing. On a few hills in the prairie, a few figures stood calmly. They were like the kings of the army as they looked ahead. Someone was holding a sword. His green robe was fluttering in the wind. There was blood on the tip of his sword as he looked ahead with a deep gaze. It was the falling flowers flowing water sword. His sword could make people die with a smile. He was also the most dazzling existence among the 100,000 geniuses from various worlds. Time is almost up. Our mission as scouts is about to be completed. If we don't get more merits, we will have to leave the battlefield. He said calmly. Other people's goal was to survive for a year. They would be happy if they survived. However, the falling flowers flowing water sword's ambition was not limited to that. Falling flowers flowing water sword. His sword was bright and there were traces of flowing water on the blade. However, the tip of the sword was slightly red. That was his boundary essence. With that boundary essence, there were few martial emperors who could be his match. The Sea Urchin King has fallen. Unfortunately, he was not killed by us. In the distance, a child sat on the ground with a chessboard in front of him. He had split into 2 characters, one holding a black chess piece and the other holding a white chess piece. It was as if he controlled the entire situation. Even so, I have surpassed all of you. The falling flowers flowing water sword said calmly. You have only killed a commandery lord. You have killed many generals. If we are talking about the number 1, you have a chance. However, be careful. Others may also surpass you. The child said with a smile. His name was Chess Boy. Although he looked young, he had obtained the inheritance of Chess Elder and was extremely powerful. On the other side, a white-haired young man was sitting cross-legged. He was like an ancient stone, without any emotions. He was like an ancient well that didn't ripple. He was quiet and motionless. It was Wu Qingzi. This person's realm essence was also extremely powerful, known for being ruthless and heartless. So far, 4 lords of commandery have died. They were killed by the falling flowers flowing water sword, Wu Qingzi and me. I don't know who killed the last lord of commandery. The 3 of us will definitely make it to the top 10. However, I want the first place. Compared to the calmness of those few people, a domineering and indifferent voice was emitted. A large number of cheers were emitted from all around. That person was like the king of geniuses, causing all the geniuses of the various worlds to prostrate themselves in worship. There were even some young women who looked at that young man with adoration. This person was the son of the great ancestor, Dbimo. In the distance, there were many powerful geniuses from various worlds, but at this moment, they narrowed their eyes because in terms of strength, they were still slightly weaker than the top geniuses. However, the battle was not over yet. There was still a chance. I want first place. At this moment, a crisp voice was heard. It was the only female among the top 10 geniuses from various worlds. Upon closer inspection, the lady was dressed extremely gorgeously and was in her teens. Riding on a blue phoenix, she had a mischievous aura that made people want to get close to her. However, that was just a thought. That was because she was the princess of Qingzhou's upper commandery, Tang Yue. She was a young lady who had a strong family background, strength, and talent. The first place belongs to me. Everyone else, make way. After Tang Yue's voice, another cold voice was heard in the prairie. Wu Qingzi stood up, his white hair dancing wildly. That may not be the case. Clang! Clang! The falling flowers flowing water sword also raised his sword. A little rouge illuminated the world. Rumble! The other top geniuses did not want to be outdone. They exploded with their auras, forming a colorful world of geniuses. Kill! Kill! In the distant prairie, the enemy troops charged over. The entire sky was filled with enemy troops. There were definitely more than 100 million cultivators present, causing the prairie to tremble. Most importantly, those bandits were not weak. The weakest one was at rank 5 Martial Emperor realm. The first place belongs to me. Kill! Finally, a genius attacked, exploding with a strong power of law. A black line that was 1,000 miles long appeared, as if it had separated the heavens and the earth. Wherever the mysterious black line passed, there were corpses everywhere. Many of the enemy soldiers were even split into 2 before they could react. It's so powerful. That's the black and white power of law of life and death. Kill! The crowd was secretly surprised. Indeed, no one who could appear here was weak. The black line had probably killed 1,000 people in an instant. Kill! Kill! On the other side, the geniuses from various worlds were not weak either. Some of them waved their hands in the air, accompanied by a crisp voice. It started to rain in the prairie. The wind was strong and the storm was like a meteor crashing down. It's Tang Yue. Kill! Many geniuses' faces changed drastically. They looked forward and saw that under the storm, a large number of enemy soldiers were shot full of holes. The power of law had probably reached 200 million. But a heavy rain, a massacre. One move had killed nearly 3,000 enemy soldiers. Moreover, the number of deaths was still increasing. Swoosh, swoosh. Many people gasped when they saw this. One was more terrifying than the other. This was not the strength of the boundary essence. What if the boundary essence was used? This was obviously unimaginable. Killing 2,000 enemy soldiers in one move, you'll get 2,000 military merits. Princess Tang Yue, your ranking has risen quite a bit. However, I'll also embarrass myself. Roar! A young man in a red robe said with a smile. He opened his mouth and a fire dragon appeared. This was an extremely strong Shen body. Pop, pop. The power of law suddenly erupted, reaching 200 million. The surging fire dragon wreaked havoc in the prairie. Wherever it passed, the enemy soldiers were not burned to death, but directly exploded. The fire dragon swept through the enemy soldiers, causing 5,000 enemy soldiers to die. Death continued to spread in the prairie. However, no one showed mercy. Firstly, this was a battle between two armies. If they showed mercy, they would not have appeared here. Secondly, according to the commander of the martial gods battalion, the 13 commanderies were not good people. They had once slaughtered people from more than 10 worlds. Every one of them had a lot of blood on their hands. With these two factors added together, the geniuses from various worlds naturally slaughtered them mercilessly. Chess pieces should be on the chessboard. How can they jump out of the chessboard and go against the wishes of the chess player? Swoosh. At this moment, a mysterious power of law spread out and surged forward like a tide. Instantly, tens of thousands of enemy soldiers in front of them changed and attacked their own people. They were like chess pieces that were controlled by others. This was the chess boy's move. His move was even more terrifying because it had already killed tens of thousands of people. Moreover, the enemy soldiers under his control were also assisting him, causing his military merits to continuously increase. Chapter 2191. The Invincible Mirror King, Die. However, compared to the chessboard, Wu Qingzi's attack was swift and decisive. Every word that came out of his mouth was like a heavenly order. Boom! 100,000 people fell in an instant, their souls shattered, and they were deader than dead. Chess boy, you are too weak. Wu Qingzi looked at the chess boy in disdain, as if he was above everyone's heads after killing 100,000 of the enemy troops. Wu Qingzi, that's all you got. Taizu's long fist. However, Wu Qingzi was not the most dazzling one among the hundreds of schools of thought. A fist technique appeared on the ground, transforming into a gigantic fist that could wipe out an entire army. Clang, clang, clang. That fist seemed to be able to break the world with a single punch. Everywhere it passed, no one could stop it. It's Taizu's son. The geniuses from all over the world became excited, and they cheered continuously. That punch had already cleared out a part of the great grassland. This was a terrifying result. That punch had clearly caused the other top geniuses' expressions to change drastically. Their rankings had been suppressed once again. Even the chess boy's expression turned ugly. At present, except for falling flowers and flowing water sword, no one else could stop Di Baimo's pride. First place is mine. Staring at the result of his punch, Di Baimo walked toward the Great Prairie as if he was the ruler of the world. It was as if he was already the leader of the emperors. Flowing water. However, at this moment, a sword told him that he, Di Baimo, was still a step away from taking first place and surpassing everyone else. Crush. The flood swept across the grassland, causing the enemy soldiers' flesh and blood to explode and their bones to shatter. That sword had clearly cleared an area. It was the falling flowers flowing water sword. He also held his sword and walked forward, exuding the carefree, cold, and elegant aura of a sword immortal. His sword also told everyone that he was still number one. Unless someone killed the lords of the two commanderies, no one would be able to take his position as number one. Bastard! The geniuses below the falling flowers flowing water sword shouted one after another. They were unwilling to accept this. Kill! Although these monstrous geniuses attacked ferociously and instantly killed over 1 million enemies, there were over 100 million enemies. Therefore, they still charged over like ferocious beasts. According to the Martial Gods Battalion's mission, they had to retreat in the face of so many enemies. However, no one retreated. No one wanted to throw away their pride. They still chose to fight. They wanted to obtain the number 1 military merit. Damned scout. At that moment, the prairie began to shake. A man riding a black dragon appeared. He was wearing white armor, which was a stark contrast to the black dragon. After he appeared, the enemy stopped and knelt before the man. My king! Their loud shouts reverberated throughout the world. The Lord of the Commandery has appeared. The expressions of all the geniuses changed drastically. Another commandery lord had appeared. 7th stage of the martial emperor realm. I wonder how much of my realm essence has been converted. The commandery lords that we killed previously had about 10% of their realm essence. However, the next commandery lord will be even more powerful. I'm afraid his realm essence has reached 20%. This is a strong opponent. However, if we kill him, we will obtain the number 1 military merit. The eyes of the top geniuses were filled with fighting spirit. Although the enemy was not to be underestimated, martial artists had to face difficulties head-on. The more difficult it was to cross the sea, the more the martial artists had to cross it. This person belongs to me. Are you daydreaming? This supremacy belongs to me. Kill him, and I will obtain the number 1 military merit. D/Mo and the other geniuses flew over. This time, they exploded with their realm essence. Apparently, the power of the rules was not of much help to the commandery lord. Only the realm essence could kill him. Boom. They were all fighting to obtain the military merit. It was a pity that the king was not weak. Mirror. The man let out a low roar and a mysterious eye appeared on his forehead. The eyeball looked left and right as if it was looking down on all living things. It was as if the eye didn't belong to the man but had its own intelligence. Clang. A huge crystal interface appeared and blocked in front of him. Almost at the same time, a sword slashed out. It was Luo Hualu's sword. However, the mirror-like crystal interface blocked that sword strike, and it even sent back a powerful energy of world essence. The power hit him instantly. Luo Hualu was unable to react in time and was injured. Ha! You have been eliminated. Ha! Seeing this, the chess boy and the others could not help but laugh. They took the opportunity to attack. They split into 4 different directions and charged at the man. Clang. What was frightening was that the man seemed to have eyes all around his body. Strangely, a mirror appeared and blocked all of the boundary energy. Moreover, the boundary energy was reflected back, injuring many geniuses. 20% of the realm essence. When the geniuses fell to the ground, their faces changed drastically. No wonder the martial god battalion did not approve of them killing the commandery lords. It turned out that the commandery lords were really powerful. I am the Dark Glasses King. Do you think you can kill me? The man stepped out and said in a deep voice. Kill, kill, kill. Behind him, the morale of the army was greatly boosted. When they looked at the geniuses, they became silent. Kill him. D/Mo gritted his teeth and shouted. Kill. Instantly, hundreds of geniuses rushed out and tried to kill the Mirror King with their numbers. Unfortunately, they were going to die. Anyone who came would die. Any attack that landed on the Mirror King's body would be reflected and the power would be doubled. Therefore, the geniuses who attacked were killed by the reflected power. In fact, they were killed by their own power. He is invincible. The chess boy and the others looked serious. However, it was useless to kill so many small fries. Only by killing the commandery lord could they obtain military merits. Therefore, they did not want to give up. With our strength, we are no match for him one-on-one. However, we can join forces. Whoever kills him will get the military merits. What do you think? Luo Hualu suggested. But, however, the first military merit will still be mine. Let's wait and see. The others nodded. Everyone had this opportunity. Of course, the prerequisite was that they were not afraid of death and had not been killed by the Mirror King. Luo Hua Rouge Point. Luo Hualu was the first to attack. With more than 10% of the realm essence, his attack broke out. The sword light turned into a rouge point and stabbed out. Clang. However, the sword was blocked once again. Moreover, the rouge point shot toward Luo Hualulu. Luo Hualulu's face changed drastically. He raised his sword to block it. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and blocked the rouge point. So powerful. Chapter 2192. Lin Ling's move attack. The other geniuses didn't want to be outdone. They attacked the Mirror King from all angles, trying to tire him out by taking turns. But to their surprise, the Mirror Monarch was invincible. Whether it was in the sky or on the ground, a mirror could appear at any angle, reflecting any power. Furthermore, the mirrors could also reflect the power of laws. It was too heaven-defying. There is absolutely no invincible person in the martial god world. The reason why we can't do anything to him is that we haven't found his weakness. Again, Dbimo shouted angrily. Indeed, there are quite a few unrivaled ones. However, the prerequisite is that your world essence is stronger than mine. Unfortunately, you all only have 10% of your world essence. In fact, many of you don't even have 10%. The Mirror King let out a disdainful snort and stepped forward, wanting to crush him. Go kill him. The geniuses of various worlds immediately attacked again. The new wave of attacks was obviously ineffective. However, the second wave of attacks followed, and the result was the same. Instead, it caused many geniuses to suffer heavy injuries. Even the top geniuses like Wu Qingzi were injured. Now, they only had one choice, and that was to flee. However, they were unwilling to give up. Moreover, they didn't want to lose face like this. After all, they wanted to do a better job in this year's Martial God Battalion's mission and make the higher-ups feel proud of them. At this moment, the Grand Commanders of the Martial Gods Battalion looked at the sand table with solemn expressions on their faces. They'd noticed that many geniuses had gathered at a certain location on the prairie, and the Lord of a Commandery had appeared there. From the looks of it, it seems to be the Mirror Monarch. That guy is invincible against martial artists with lower realms than him. Do we need to mobilize the army? The time has come. Let's wait and see. Who knows, maybe we'll get the first military merit. That's right. So far, no one has killed the lords of two commanderies. How can there be no winner? In my opinion, that commandery lord was killed by the falling flowers flowing water sword in the end. In your dreams. How about a bet? Those senior commanders were still keeping an eye on the scouts in their camps. They had completely forgotten that it was time for them to move out. Kill him. All of you, go now. At this moment, countless geniuses on the prairie were staring at Mirror Emperor. They didn't dare to act rashly. Dbimo roared again and ordered the other geniuses to attack. As for the top geniuses, they were all preparing for the next wave of attacks. After hesitating for a moment, many geniuses attacked again because Dbimo's background was not small. From a certain point of view, they were all Dbimo's men. What are you guys waiting for? Go! Dbimo saw that there were a few people standing there motionless and immediately shouted angrily again. Lin Ling, are you going? Those people were Lin Ling and the others. Fairy Danxia immediately looked at Lin Ling and said, if it was a one-on-one battle, they definitely wouldn't dare to fight. However, if there were many of them, the danger wouldn't be too great. Go. Lin Ling looked ahead and pondered for a moment before nodding. Alright. They followed the large number of geniuses and charged towards the Mirror Monarch. Don't fight head-on. If you can't kill the Mirror Monarch, retreat and buy us time to rest. Of course, if you can kill the Mirror Monarch, the battle merit will be yours. Almost at the same time, the falling flowers flowing water sword's voice rang out, reminding the geniuses to attack. Alright. Those geniuses nodded one after another. Then, a terrifying power of the law erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. Seeing the geniuses flying towards him, the Mirror Monarch smiled disdainfully. He didn't order the army to attack and continued to block all the geniuses by himself. This wasn't him being arrogant, but he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Rumble. A large number of law and boundary essence attacks came. A terrifying thing happened. Mirrors appeared one after another. No matter what angle the attacks came from, the Mirror Monarch could block them all. The backlash caused those geniuses to spit out blood and their bodies to fly backwards. Some of them were even killed by their own power. This scene was exactly the same as before. Fairy Danxia, Lu Chengfeng, remember, don't use your full strength. Lin Ling pounced forward and quickly reminded him at the same time. Alright. Lu Chengfeng and the rest nodded immediately. Lin Ling saw that the more power they used, the more terrifying the backlash. If they were careless, they could easily die. Therefore, it was safer to preserve some of their strength. Then Lin Ling began to analyze. In terms of boundary essence, the mirror monarch surpassed everyone. Even Lin Ling admitted that his boundary essence was inferior to the mirror monarch's. However, the Mirror King's realm essence seemed to be endless and could not be exhausted at all. The most important thing was that he could sense any attack, and that was the most terrifying thing, because it was like wearing a thick set of armor. Therefore, if they couldn't break the armor, they wouldn't be able to kill the mirror monarch. Lin Ling frowned. Although he had killed a commandery monarch, he saw that he had killed the other geniuses. Therefore, to be safe, he had to kill another commandery monarch. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter the top 10. As for the ranking, he didn't care. It was fine as long as he could enter the top 10. There must be a loophole. While thinking, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of the mirror monarch. He slapped out with his left hand and the underworld flame formed a circle and attacked the mirror monarch. Clang. Before it got close to the mirror monarch, a mirror appeared. This scene was the same as when the others attacked. Moreover, the mirror reflected the underworld flame's boundary essence. Lin Ling, be careful. Seeing this, Fairy Danxia and the others called out to him. However, Lin Ling didn't have the time to listen to their voices because the underworld flame reflected by the mirror had already swept towards him. Evasion realm. Suddenly, Lin Ling had an idea. He released his soul power and formed a 100% evasion realm. This was a soul power martial art, not the boundary essence or the power of boundary essence. Even the Mirror Lord was taken aback by this turn of events. Then, Lin Ling actually dodged the attack. This surprised Lin Ling. The Mirror Monarch didn't seem to be invincible. Heavenly Tao. Seeing this, Lin Ling didn't retreat. In a spurt of energy, he once again erupted with the power of boundary essence. Rumble. Without a doubt, when the underworld flame hit the mysterious mirror, the mirror also reflected the underworld flame. However, Lin Ling dodged it again. Looking at the scene in front of them, the geniuses from all over the world were dumbfounded. Many of them even had their mouths wide open. Some were also rubbing their eyes. This was because this was the first time someone had attacked twice in a row. Moreover, not only did he not die, he didn't even suffer any injuries. Moreover, like Lin Ling, others had tried to avoid the mirror's boundary essence, but no boundary essence martial art had much effect. They would still be hit by the mirror's boundary essence. Now, the mysterious youth had dodged it. Could it be that he didn't use a boundary essence martial art? What are you? The Mirror Monarch's expression changed slightly. Boundary essence. Lin Ling didn't answer him. Instead, he slashed with his sword. Chapter 2193. Miracle Rumble. The mirror appeared again and blocked Lin Ling's boundary essence sword. Dodge domain. At the critical moment, Lin Ling unleashed his soul force and dodged again. He didn't know if it was because he dodged too quickly or if it was for some other reason, but this time, he used up a lot of soul force. However, the Mirror King was already in his eyes. Die! Seeing Lin Ling break his mirror, the Mirror King was furious. He had been wary of Falling Flower's flowing water sword and the others, but he didn't expect this ugly guy to be so strong. Pop pop pop. He punched out, causing the void to explode. Ripples spread out. His palm was filled with rhombus-shaped mirrors, forming a powerful world origin energy. This world origin energy was 20% of his strength. Lin Ling couldn't block it at all. Dodge domain. In a flash, Lin Ling shouted in his heart. He knew he couldn't be hit by the Mirror King's palm or he would die. At the critical moment, he dodged again and disappeared. He disappeared in a strange way. He dodged the boundary essence too? The Mirror King finally felt that something was wrong. Where did this evil kid come from? The geniuses in the distance also widened their eyes. This guy was so fierce. Your heaven-defying mirror boundary essence actually came from your eyes. Almost at the same time, a cold voice rang out above the Mirror Monarch's head. Then, a sword stabbed down fiercely. Ah! The sword came without any warning. It was as if it had appeared above the Mirror King's head. The Mirror King didn't have time to react. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. The sword smoothly stabbed into the eye on his forehead, causing the eye to scream. It turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared without a trace. You broke my mystic eye. Die for me. The Mirror King's voice became crazier and crazier. He attacked randomly, causing the prairie to shake. He never thought that this ant would be a dazzling dark horse. Lin Ling's face changed. He quickly used the 9 steps of the demonic god. Leaving the Mirror King was the right way. Rumble. Terrifying spatial energy gushed out in all directions. Everyone could see that the Mirror Emperor seemed to have gone mad. In addition, he was chasing after Lin Ling. Clearly, among all the geniuses here, the one he wanted to kill the most was Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling had destroyed his eyes. Without the eye, he could no longer use the mirror as he wished. The Mirror Emperor's invincibility seems to be gone. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the others were also surprised by the miracle created by Lin Ling. Then, they all reacted and immediately attacked. The result was that they didn't use any more mirrors. Without the heaven-defying defensive mirror, no matter how strong the Mirror King was, he couldn't withstand the continuous battles. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he was covered in injuries. Kill. Protect the king. At this moment, the army had charged over as well because they'd noticed that something was wrong with the Mirror King. They'd never imagined that the mysterious young man would create such a miracle. The first military merit belongs to me. It's still too early to decide who will emerge victorious. Mirror Emperor, die. Now was the best time to kill the Mirror Emperor. Chess Boy and the others erupted with all their strength in an attempt to obtain the final military merit. The other geniuses were the same. As long as they dealt the final fatal blow, that person would be able to obtain the military merit. The Mirror Emperor ignored the attacks around him. Instead, he looked around for Lin Ling's figure. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling. However, he was getting weaker and weaker. Gradually, the most crucial moment arrived. All the geniuses' eyes lit up as they prepared for the most fatal blow. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded above the Mirror Emperor's head. "You're looking for me?" This voice appeared without warning. It wasn't a nomological martial art, nor was it a spatial energy martial art. Instead, it was a soul force martial art that could dodge a domain. Along with this voice, the sword ruthlessly stabbed down. Lin Ling had appeared once again and was about to use the most fatal sword strike. Seeing this, all the geniuses' hearts exploded. The mysterious young man was about to attack. He wanted to snatch the military merit. Bastard, he's taking advantage of the situation. It's fine. With his strength, he won't be able to kill the Mirror Emperor. The first military merit will be given to the few of us. That's right. Although the Mirror Emperor is injured, he's not someone an ordinary genius can kill. However, the top geniuses soon relaxed. If one wanted to kill the Mirror Emperor, then their spatial energy had to be extremely powerful. Pucci. However, as soon as their voices fell, the sword shot down like a meteor. Although Mirror Kings had appeared with boundary essence to block it, the heavily injured Mirror King was clearly unable to block the sword. His head was pierced through by the sword, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. Seeing this, the entire battlefield fell silent. Seizing the enemy's head with a single sword strike, such a miraculous thing had happened. Moreover, the person who attacked had broken through the Mirror Emperor's powerful spatial energy. That's right, this was indeed a miracle. Put on. When the Mirror Emperor's tall body fell down, everyone finally reacted. Their gazes landed on a blue-robed youth. His long hair was fluttering in the wind, and his sword was dripping with blood. Another genius ranked in the top 10 had appeared. This Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others were all stunned. Veins popped out on their foreheads. Their military merit had been stolen by the mysterious youth. Moreover, he had stolen it so quickly that they couldn't react at all. Goodbye. At this moment, Lin Ling calmly said. He used the 9 celestial demon steps and hurriedly ran towards the grassland. He knew very well that the reason he could kill the Mirror Emperor so easily was because of his left eye. His 10,000 demonic eyes allowed him to gradually see the flaws of the mirrors. The Mirror Emperor is dead? Seeing the Mirror Emperor fall, the warriors from the commanderies gradually reacted. Then they were all furious. They charged forward fearlessly, wanting to slaughter everyone. Seeing the army charging towards them, the faces of all the geniuses turned ugly. They had worked so hard for half a day, but in the end, it was all for someone else. Most importantly, although the mysterious youth had stolen the military merit, without him, they wouldn't have been able to break the Mirror Emperor's mirror. Therefore, although the youth seemed to have stolen the military merit, he deserved it. Who the hell is that guy? Dbymo stood there in a daze. It was as if he had seen his beloved object being stolen by someone else. Then he roared angrily. He was unwilling, extremely unwilling. Most importantly, he realized that the mysterious youth had acted on his orders. This was undoubtedly extremely ironic. If he had known that he had randomly summoned someone to steal his military merit, he wouldn't have let Lin Ling do it. He had shot himself in the foot. Chapter 2194. An unimaginable existence, another genius has entered the top 10. Looks like there are more and more competitors. I'm really looking forward to the battle of the divine list in a year's time. I'd like to see who that guy is. Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword narrowed his eyes. He had been dreaming about the scene after he won the first military merit. In his mind, the first military merit belonged to none other than him. Who knew that it was actually just a dream? On the contrary, another dark horse had entered the top 10. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling had already killed 2 lords of commanderies, he would never be able to calm down. At the same time, the commanders in the martial gods' camp started shouting because they had also seen the lords of commanderies fall. It's Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword. I think he's a chess boy. Nonsense. Bullshit. He's the ruthless son in my camp. Those senior commanders were extremely excited, and once again began to fight fiercely. Among the commanders, Huang Qi frowned. He was not to be outdone and was about to say something. However, the old man next to him patted him on the shoulder and said, "Brother Huang, don't get involved in this. There are no experts in your camp." Hearing this, Huang Qi became depressed. Were the scouts in his camp really that bad? "What are you doing?" At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded. It was louder than the war drums. Then, a white-haired old man in black armor walked into the camp angrily. "General! General!" Seeing this, all the commanders' faces changed dramatically and they quickly saluted. The old man was extremely powerful and was their superior. Laugh, laugh, laugh your ass. What time is it now? Why hasn't the army moved out? Don't you know that the lords of the 13 commanderies have moved out? Do you want all the scouts we just recruited to die on the prairie? The old man cursed loudly and his roar was as loud as thunder. Hearing this, all the grand commanders narrowed their eyes. They had been gambling and had forgotten to move out the army. This was a serious crime. Because the army moved out slowly, if all the lords of the 13 commanderies moved out, the scouts on the prairie would be in danger. In fact, with their strength, the 13 commanderies were just meat in their mouths and could be eliminated at any time. That was why they were not in a hurry and just watched the new scouts create miracles. "Move out now, General." After that, the grand commanders hurriedly shouted. Dong dong dong. In the camp, the drums sounded. The army had finally moved out. The old man was still exasperated at their failure to live up to his expectations. These guys had rebelled. However, when he looked at the sand table, a smile appeared on his dignified face. This group of scouts had many good seedlings. They had actually killed 5 lords of commanderies, especially the Mirror King, who was extremely difficult to kill. Not good, General. Then the old man shouted in a low voice. Through the sand table, he saw that the terrifying existence of the 13th commandery had made his move. Moreover, that powerful being was heading in a certain direction. It seemed like he wanted to avenge the Mirror Lord. This meant that the scout was in danger. This scout should be the one who killed the Mirror King. I have to protect him no matter what. He disappeared from where he was and pounced on the prairie like a lion. Wherever he went, no one could stop him. Countless enemy soldiers were killed. Even the siege chariots were not as scary as the old man. At this moment, Lin Ling was running wildly in the prairie, with an army chasing after him. However, after 2 hours, the army had disappeared. They had disappeared in a strange manner. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Black clouds had unknowingly appeared in the sky. A huge octopus-like beast was floating there. Upon closer inspection, a woman was quietly floating within the thick tentacles. The woman's hair was like a snake, and her cold and emotionless eyes were staring at Lin Ling. "It's you who killed the Mirror King." A piercing voice came from the sky and Lin Ling's face changed dramatically. What a powerful force! He instantly guessed that it must be an extremely powerful force in the 13 commanderies. "What Mirror King? Senior, what are you talking about?" Lin Ling suddenly laughed. He was definitely not going to admit it now. "You don't need to hide it. With my strength, it's not difficult to find out who the murderer is," the woman coldly said. "So that's how it is. But let me tell you, the one who killed the Mirror King was not me, but him." Lin Ling nodded, seeming to admit it. He suddenly pointed to the other side of the sky, causing the woman to frown. At the same time, she turned her head to look, but there was nothing in the sky. When she turned back, she suddenly found that Lin Ling had disappeared. "What a cunning junior! You actually used a diversion tactic. But can you escape?" The queen-like existence knew that she had been tricked. Suddenly, countless tentacles shot out from her body and ran on the ground like spiders, chasing after Lin Ling with terrifying speed. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was extremely solemn. With his strength, he had actually encountered such a terrifying existence. This should be a world king-level powerhouse. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and ran away. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful martial artist since coming to the martial god world. At this time, a black beam of light shot out. The suppressive strength was terrifying, as if it were the strength of an entire world. "This is bad. Shit." Lin Ling's complexion changed. He gathered all of his soul force and formed an evasion domain. Only then was he able to narrowly avoid the black beam of light. As the beam of light fell to the ground, it gradually vanished without a trace. However, Lin Ling could see with his left eye that this beam of light wasn't so simple. Thinking about it, this great prairie that was millions of miles underground had already been corroded away. Then, Lin Ling shook his head and stopped. He sat down and picked up a jug of wine to drink. This was because the Spider King powerhouse had already appeared behind him. "Why aren't you running?" As he thought, the giant spider-like existence had already appeared behind him. Looking carefully, although this woman with snake-like hair seemed evil, her figure was also extremely good. Her twin peaks and between her legs were covered with a massive amount of spider silk, revealing an extremely alluring waist. If it weren't for the fact that this woman had come to kill him, Lin Ling, then Lin Ling might have slowly admired her. "I'm tired, so I'm not running away." Lin Ling smiled as he poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth. But as the woman saw Lin Ling's carefree appearance, she was a bit surprised. If an ordinary person encountered her, which one of them wouldn't be terrified? They would even kneel down and beg for mercy. But this boy was actually so carefree. He didn't even run away and directly drank. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" the woman coldly said. "If I was afraid, wouldn't you have killed me?" Lin Ling still smiled. His words left the woman stunned once more. Chapter 2195. The arrival of a general. Instantly, he vaguely saw that the woman had a mysterious aura. It was as if she was a world of her own, and the pressure she gave off was extremely strong. A world? Lin Ling was secretly shocked. If he had to give an example, then that was equivalent to the power of his world, the power of the entire world. However, although Lin Ling was secretly investigating, the woman's eyes flashed. She saw that the young man's left eye was different. There were a large number of Dao talismans in his pupil, like countless little tadpoles swimming in them. Of course, such an eye was not strange at all. However, she had seen those eyes before, because it was one of the 6 great god eyes of Huanyu. Most importantly, she knew the owner of those eyes. "You are Li Xiaoyao?" the woman exclaimed in shock. This time, it was Lin Ling's turn to be surprised. He never thought that a random expert he met in the martial god realm would actually know Li Xiaoyao. "Who is Li Xiaoyao? But if you say so, then so be it." Lin Ling forced himself to calm down and smiled faintly. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be deceived by Lin Ling's appearance and think that they had guessed wrongly. However, the Spider Queen was very sure of her guess. She seemed to be very familiar with Li Xiaoyao. "There's no need for you to hide anymore. You are Li Xiaoyao. Because of the myriad devil eyes, other than him, no one else has it. In addition, you also have the divine steel of time." That female coldly laughed, her words causing Lin Ling to smile bitterly in his heart. Most importantly, was that woman a friend or foe? However, no matter how he looked at it, the woman seemed to be the enemy. "No matter what, are you going to kill me next?" Lin Ling raised his head and said again. Killing you would be letting you off too easily. I won't miss out on your 10,000 mammoths' devil eyes." The woman seemed to be extremely excited. "We lost the 13 commanderies, but we got the all-encompassing demonic eyes. This trip is quite rewarding." She seemed to want to take Lin Ling away, and the result of being taken away, Lin Ling could well imagine. Right now, Lin Ling only had one choice, and that was to flee. Unfortunately, he seemed to be unable to escape as well. "Be my captive." The woman clearly didn't want to waste her breath. With a low shout, she shot a large amount of spider silk at Lin Ling. At the same time, she stared coldly at Lin Ling. However, she discovered that Lin Ling was still very calm, too calm. It had to be said that even if that young man wasn't Li Xiaoyao, with his calm temperament, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. 3 Realms Martial God Blade. However, just as the spider silk was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, a huge saber slashed down from the sky. That slash was earth-shattering. In fact, Lin Ling even saw that the saber actually drew upon the power of the 3 realms. It was so terrifying. The spider silk was forcefully severed by the saber, but the saber didn't stop there. It continued to slash at the queen like a raging storm. "It's you!" The queen seemed to know the person who attacked, and her expression changed drastically. "Queen Qianji, go to hell." A white-haired old man wearing dragon and tiger black armor appeared. He was like the emperor of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His saber had the power of dragons and tigers, and it slashed the ground furiously. 1,000 transformation. The queen kept waving her jade-like hands and formed a spiderweb. Only then did she manage to block the saber. The power of the saber cut the grassland into pieces. It was a shocking sight, as expected of the great general of the martial god battalion, Huang Fuidao. "I will remember this saber today. See you again." The queen also spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes narrowed, and her body exploded. She turned into countless small spiders and escaped in all directions. "Kid, I will come and find you again." The queen's voice echoed throughout the area. It was extremely seductive, but it was like a blood-stained rose that could only be seen from afar. The old man was wearing a black cloak and holding a saber in his hand. He looked majestically into the distance. "I didn't kill her in one strike. This Queen Qianji is stronger than I thought. Of course, I underestimated her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to block my saber either." His voice was like metal clashing, and it was extremely domineering. In fact, he thought that the leader of the 13 commanderies was only this strong. That was why he underestimated her. Otherwise, he would have killed the queen a long time ago. As for Lin Ling, as he watched the 2 World King-level powerhouses collide, his heart shook. When would he be able to possess such strength? The wind howled in the grassland, proving the terrifying battle that happened just now. "She will come back to find you? Kid, did you take advantage of her? She actually came back to find you with her strength." Soon, The old man looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Although Lin Ling was not weak in this group of scouts, he was still an ant compared to Queen Qianji. He didn't have the qualifications to be found by her. That was why he was surprised by what she said before she ran away. Moreover, he looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was extremely calm throughout the whole process. He didn't panic, nor was he surprised. It was as if he was looking at the most ordinary thing. This little scout was really a freak. "No, I don't know why she is looking for me," Lin Ling quickly replied. He also guessed that the domineering old man was not simple, so he didn't dare to be negligent. As for why the queen was looking for him, Lin Ling also guessed the reason. Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. "Strange, it's really strange. Is it because you are more handsome? Kid, I have to remind you, lust is a knife. She is a powerful queen, so she is just playing with you." The old man stroked his chin, which made Lin Ling speechless. "Oh right, you killed Mirror King. You are only a stage 5 martial emperor. You are indeed powerful. Fortunately, I came here in time. Otherwise, you might have been eaten by Queen Qianji." Then the old man laughed again. Hearing this, Lin Ling felt warm in his heart. The old man was so powerful, but he came personally for him. Lin Ling would remember this kindness. However, this also meant that the old man treated his soldiers like his own children. "Thank you, senior." Lin Ling quickly bowed. With that old man's seniority, even if Li Xiaoyao was here, he would still have to call him senior. Therefore, Lin Ling was completely convinced by him. Go back. Now that the army is out, the 13 commanderies will be destroyed. You scouts should be rewarded for your military exploits. Kid, you can face Queen Qianji calmly. I have high hopes for you." The old man smiled and a few silk banners appeared in his right hand. "You killed the ruler of a commandery, so you can be rewarded with a black token banner." Senior, can I be in the top 10? Lin Ling quickly asked. "Absolutely. Senior." Hearing this, Lin Ling felt relieved. He stared at the black silk banners and asked, "What's the use of this banner?" Senior. Chapter 2196. White Order Banner, it's that fierce. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. The Martial God Battalion had countless powerhouses. They definitely had their own set of cultivation methods. If he could enter, then Lin Ling's strength would greatly increase. As for divine crystals, no one would complain about having too many of them. Then he looked at the other banners in the old man's hands. These banners were of different colors, so they should have different effects. He asked, "What is that white banner?" White banner. A scout commander can summon all scouts to lead troops into battle. Moreover, they can enter a martial arts training ground and choose any martial arts they wish. Moreover, this banner is also an immortal weapon. It can withstand 3 attacks from a World King powerhouse. Every month, the reward is 300 divine crystals. The old man proudly said. "Unfortunately, this banner has been in my hands for many years and I haven't conferred it. This is because the Scout Commander title I confer is different from the Scout Commander titles others confer. The significance is much greater. Unfortunately, in order for me to confer the Scout Commander title, their military merits must be even more dazzling." White banner. The old man shook his head again, a bit regretfully saying, "Over the years, not a single scout has been able to obtain this white banner. This is because a scout's mission is to investigate the enemy, not to exterminate them. Thus, those that can exterminate the leader of the enemy are mostly rewarded with a black banner. As for exterminating 2 enemy leaders, that is the only way to obtain a white banner." White banner. At this time, Lin Ling's pupils constantly flashed. A white banner was the symbol of a scout commander. It allowed him to lead troops into battle. This meant that he, Lin Ling, could lead troops back to his own world. Moreover, he could enter the Martial God Battalion at will to practice martial arts. This was a great advantage. And most importantly, it could withstand 3 attacks from a World King powerhouse. Every month, he would receive 300 divine crystals. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes turned red. Are you jealous? White banner. The old man wasn't surprised by Lin Ling's excited appearance. This was because everyone knew the effects of a white banner. What a pity. This banner can only be sealed in ice with me. Go back. Go back. With the Black Order banner, you are also in existence, revered by people, a hero of the army. White banner. The old man waved his hand, already planning to leave. Wait. Lin Ling hurriedly shouted. What? Haven't you seen enough yet? You don't have to worry. With your talent, this banner will still belong to you within 500 years. The old man laughed and scolded. That scout boy is very anxious. No, I want to exchange it for a bearing banner. Lin Ling threw the black flag in his hand over and looked at the white flag with eager eyes. Seeing this, the old man immediately blew his beard. Did this guy not hear what I said before? Have you figured it out? If you want the banner, you have to kill 2 commandery lords. It would be a miracle if you scouts could kill 1 commandery lord. 2? Don't even think about it, the old man said solemnly. In fact, this was indeed the case. After the Mirror King appeared, all the scouts joined forces, but they still couldn't kill him. This explained everything. Take the banner and go back. Don't throw it around, it's a blasphemy against military might. The old man added, I want the white banner. However, Lin Ling seemed to be stubborn and threw the jade pendant hanging from his waist over. The jade pendant represented the identity of a scout and also recorded military merits. There is no joking in the military. Don't treat the military camp as your home. The old man's face was a little unhappy and impatient, but he still took the jade pendant and checked it. You killed a lot of enemy troops, but unfortunately, it's still not dazzling enough. You killed the Mirror King. Not bad, your military merits are enough to convince everyone, but that's all. The old man checked the jade pendant and said lightly. At the same time, he was about to throw the jade pendant back to Lin Ling. At this time, the jade pendant recorded that another commandery lord had died. The old man's pupils constricted instantly. He even rubbed his eyes to look at the jade pendant to see if he had misread it. However, according to the jade pendant's military merits, Lin Ling had indeed killed 2 commandery lords. This time, he was stunned. Which commandery lord is this? He exclaimed in surprise. 100,000 geniuses from all over the world as scouts had only killed 5 commandery lords, and 2 of them had been killed by the young man. He could not help but be shocked. The commandery lord called the 8-Gate Wicked King. Lin Ling said calmly, that guy jumped in front of me and then I killed him. Killed him? Jumped out by himself? The old man's beard straightened. This was too simple. In fact, it was true. In the ancient city, the 8-Gate Wicked King appeared in front of Lin Ling by himself and was killed by Lin Ling. Good. The old man finally became excited. Was this still a scout? He could be called a great commander. This banner belongs to you. You will be the king of scouts and can summon all the scouts. At this moment, the old man seemed to see the birth of a general in the martial gods battalion, which made him extremely happy. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling received it with a smile and also became excited. Go back and let your military achievements shine in the martial gods battalion. The great commander above you will also be proud because of you. After the old man's excitement, he strode away. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled. He was very satisfied. The banner was in his hands. Although he did not know his ranking among the scouts, it was not important. What was important was that he had entered the top 10. This mission is finally completed, and my strength has greatly increased. After packing up, Lin Ling also left the prairie. He had entered the prairie as a rank 4 martial emperor. Now that his cultivation level had increased, and his control of realm essence had become more powerful. However, he still yearned for the old man's ability to extract the energy of a realm. He hoped that he could learn this martial art in the Martial Gods Battalion. Along the way, Lin Ling finally saw what an army was like. A real army was like the collapse of heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, the enemy would be terrified. Compared to the scouts, One was the sky and the other was the earth. Thinking about it, the 13 commanderies must have been completely destroyed. However, thinking about the Spider Queen, Lin Ling still had a headache. He hoped that the Spider Queen had also fallen. Otherwise he, Lin Ling, would be in danger. On the way to the Martial Gods Battalion, the geniuses from various realms held their heads high. This was because they had survived the mission of blood and killing and had become a member of the Martial Gods Battalion. Only trash dies in the mission. I heard that many people ran away. Now they can only look up to us. The geniuses from various realms laughed and said, this was the truth. On the Martial Gods Battalion, the geniuses from various realms who had run away at the beginning looked extremely gloomy and looked at others with admiration. It is said that 5 commanderies have died this time. 3 of them were killed by the falling flower flowing water sword, Wu Qingzi, and Di Baimo. They are really amazing. Our mission is to investigate the military situation, but in the end, they annihilated the head of the commandery. Comparisons are odious. Chapter 2197. I'm his boss. I don't know. One of the Mirror Kings was killed by a mysterious young man. It was a miracle. Yeah, I was there too. That young man has 10% of his realm essence. He's extremely powerful. Many people were talking about the scene of the Mirror King's death. They were extremely curious about that mysterious young man. As for the Martial God Battalion, Luo Hua, Flowing Water and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. The glory that belonged to them had been stolen by someone else. So now, they were also curious about the person who stole the military merit. At this moment, on the way to the Martial God Battalion, several figures were walking forward with smiles. They were Fairy Danxia and the others. Now, they had completed their mission, so they were very happy. Hey, isn't this Lu Qingfeng? Why aren't you dead? How surprising! At this moment, a disdainful voice came from the front. The few figures who were walking on the road stopped and looked at Lu Qingfeng and the others with faint smiles. It's you, Xiaoyi. Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brows. Lu Qingfeng, do you know them? Fairy Danxia stared at the few people and sensed that they were up to no good. I know them. We had some conflicts on the way to the Martial God realm. Lu Qingfeng said in a low voice. Yeah, that's not a small matter. I was thinking about how to find you, but you appeared in front of me. However, it's good that you didn't die in this mission. We can settle our old scores. The few people walked over. Judging by their strength, they were all rank 7 martial emperors. Obviously, they were stronger than Lu Qingfeng and the others. Seeing them walk over, even Pan Luyun knew that things were going to be troublesome. Fellow allies, we have all completed our missions. We are all members of the Martial Gods camp. If you have any grievances, you can tell us. We can shake hands and be friends again. Fairy Danxia also sensed that these people were not weak, so she tried to smooth things over. Most importantly, with her status, she sensed that these were local geniuses from the central county. Compared to them in the past, Lord Su was clearly not much weaker in terms of status and strength. Lu Qingfeng, I didn't expect you to know an expert. No wonder you're so confident. Unfortunately, Fairy Danxia's attempt to smooth things over wasn't taken seriously by the youths. One of the youths with a face full of acne said, Alliance? Who is your alliance? You're not worthy. Lu Qingfeng, let me tell you, if you don't kneel down and kowtow today, this will not end. That's right. Back then, we were drinking in the restaurant. We only reprimanded you once, and you poured wine on our heads. If it wasn't for the fact that the restaurant's manager was strong enough to protect you, we would have crippled you. So, no matter what kind of teammates you have to kneel before me today. If you make me unhappy, your teammates will also suffer. The others also said coldly. They didn't give Fairy Danxia any face. Don't go too far. Fairy Danxia didn't expect that her kind words of advice would be exchanged for this kind of treatment. Hee, are you the leader of his team? You don't have the qualifications to speak. Of course, if you accompany me for a night, I might give you some face. The acne man laughed disdainfully. This is a good suggestion. Lu Qingfeng, ask your boss to accompany you to bed, and we'll let bygones be bygones. Laughter also drifted out, angering Fairy Danxia so much that her pretty face turned extremely ugly. Fairy Danxia, Pan Lian, this has nothing to do with you. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng walked out and stared coldly at the young men. He wanted to kneel down. If he was alone, he wouldn't kneel even if he was beaten to death. However, he had 2 teammates beside him, and he didn't want to bring trouble to his teammates. Hi, you're smart. Zhang Dezhuang, take off your shoes and slap his face. The acne man laughed mockingly. He could finally vent his anger. Lu Qingfeng, don't kneel. Fairy Danxia and Pan Luyu knew that Lu Qingfeng was arrogant. If it weren't for them, he would rather die than kneel. However, Lu Qingfeng only smiled at them and was about to kneel down. The young man named Zhang Dezhuang also walked out, swinging his sweaty shoes with a smile on his face. If the shoes hit Lu Qingfeng's face, it would be enough to make him suffer. Hee hee, if you have any grudges, just fight. Don't you find it embarrassing to use someone else's teammates to threaten them? At this moment, a smiling voice was heard. Then, a foot seemed to break through the void and came from afar. It landed on Zhang Dezhuang's face, leaving a deep footprint, and sent him flying hundreds of meters away. Dong dong dong. In the eyes of the crowd, Zhang Dezhuang was rolling like a gourd. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Lu Qingfeng looked around, and when he saw who it was, he was delighted. He hadn't expected to meet Lin Ling again. When the acne man came to his senses, he was furious. Who the fuck are you? He had never expected that someone would dare to attack them. After all, they had become members of the Martial God Battalion and were in high spirits. Moreover, the person who had come was unruly and had kicked them in the face. I'm their boss. Boss. The person who had come was Lin Ling, and he smiled faintly. Boss, you're their leader? Boss. Not only were the acne man not shocked, he was even more furious. No wonder this person was so arrogant. It turned out that he was standing up for Lu Qingfeng. So what if I'm the boss? I'll still fight you. Boss. The acne man shouted angrily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a foot appeared in front of him. Along with the foot, a strong wind blew his hair up. Fast. The foot was incomparably fast. It was Lin Ling's 9 celestial demon steps. Although these people were rank 7 martial emperors, they weren't top geniuses. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't take them seriously. Bang! With one foot, the acne man was stomped to the ground. Lin Ling stepped on his face and said, "If you have any grudges, let's talk nicely and then fight. Threatening my teammates and attacking in private isn't a good habit." Bang! Hearing this, the young man's teammates were all dumbfounded. This young man who had come out of nowhere spoke nicely, but he had stepped on their leader and even rubbed his face with the sole of his shoe. How could this be considered talking nicely? Lu Qingfeng's boss seemed to be a very protective person. The guy who was being stepped on by Lin Ling roared, "Let me go if you dare." Bang! Hearing this, Lin Ling took a step back and let the guy get up. The guy looked at Lin Ling cautiously. Although Lin Ling gave people the impression that he wasn't very powerful, the previous kick made him realize that this evil young man wasn't simple. Lu Qingfeng, you've got guts. Bang! Chapter 2198. Awarding military merits. Lin Ling smiled and said, "Save your words. How do you want to settle the grudge between you and Lu Qingfeng?" Yes. His voice sounded kind, but it also carried a strong threat. The figures of those young men trembled, and they instinctively didn't dare speak any further. On the other hand, the young man with the acne shot through the air, and then he suddenly revealed a delighted expression. Because a large number of people were returning to the martial gods' camp in the distance, and he saw a familiar face amongst them. Most importantly, that acquaintance was stronger than him. He was an extremely dazzling genius among the local martial artists. As far as he knew, that genius had followed the falling flower flowing water sword to kill the Mirror King. For geniuses from all over the world, those who could kill the Mirror King were all of high status. "Senior brother Qin, help me." He shouted, which made his teammates beside him happy. It was senior brother Chen Yunzhang. Oh, it's you, Xiao Yi. Congratulations on becoming a member of the martial gods camp. Laughter came from afar. The leading young man looked over with a smile. Thank you for your praise, senior brother Chen. But please help me now. After the matter is settled, you can come to my commandery as a guest. I will treat you with respect. The young man with acne said, It's okay. You and I are both sons of the central commandery. I will help you with anything. The young man walked over with a few people. His face was extremely cold. Are you afraid now? Senior brother Chen is with D by Mo, the son of the great ancestor. He also participated in the battle of the Mirror King. He is someone you need to look up to. Now, do you have anything to say? Do you think that you can do whatever you want because our team is not strong? Let me tell you, we know a lot of strong teams. Now you are regretting it. The young man with acne and the others were in high spirits. Even Xiao Yi looked at Lu Chengfeng proudly and said, Is it great that your boss is here? My boss is the powerful one. Lu Chengfeng and the others were silent. Lin Ling still had a smile on his face. He said lightly, Why can't you talk nicely? You have to ask for help. But in this case, you will kneel down later. Lu Chengfeng, take off your stinky shoes and give each of you 3 slaps. The young man with acne and the others were not angry. Instead, they laughed. Lu Chengfeng's boss was simply crazy. I don't even want to waste my breath on an idiot like you. Xiao Yi shook his head as he spoke. After senior brother Chen walked over with the others, he immediately flattered senior brother Chen. Senior brother Chen is mighty. You finally arrived. These fellows actually said that they wanted senior brother Chen to kneel and slap your face with the soles of their shoes. How dare you? Senior brother Chen was immediately enraged. The people beside him also looked angrily at Lin Ling and the others. However, in the next moment, senior brother Chen fell silent. His originally cold face gradually frowned. Then, his eyes gradually widened. In the end, his mouth dropped open. Actually, he didn't even know the name of the smiling young man before him. However, the young man looked very familiar to him. If I remember correctly, the Mirror King's head was chopped off by that young man during the battle. And that young man was one of the top 10 scouts among the 100,000 scouts. To this day, all the scouts who had participated in the battle of the Mirror King were discussing the young man. Their opinions of the battle were directly described as a miracle. That young man was also known as the Miracle Child. He was a fellow that was equally famous as Falling Flower, Flowing Water, and the others. So, why would they offend such a fellow? Unless they were tired of living. Kneel down. Senior brother Chen spoke hurriedly. Hear me? Kneel down. Xiao Yi grinned as he spoke. Moreover, he was rubbing his chin. He was thinking about which shoe to slap Lu Chengfeng and the others with. I'm talking about all of you. However, senior brother Chen's next words caused Xiao Ye's mouth to drop open. Senior brother Chen, are you sure? All of you. Senior brother Chen roared furiously and slapped Xiao Yi to the ground. On the other hand, the people by his side were furious as well, and they slapped the others to the ground. You actually asked me for help? Are you trying to get me killed? Senior brother Chen spoke with disappointment, and then he smiled obsequiously as he gazed at Lin Ling. Scout, this isn't related to us. I hope you won't make a fuss about it. Make a fuss about it? Xiao Yi was flabbergasted. The backer he'd invited actually asked his opponent not to make a fuss about it? All of you can leave. Lin Ling waved his hand indifferently. Thank you. Thank you. We'll repay your kindness in the future. Senior brother Chen and the others hurriedly bowed and revealed lucky expressions. On the other hand, Xiao Yi and the others felt like they were dreaming when they saw that. Senior brother Chen, whom they looked up to, had actually thanked their enemy. Moreover, it was just a casual sentence from their enemy, and it made senior brother Chen and the others feel as if they'd received an extraordinary gift. If this wasn't a dream, then what was it? Take care of yourselves. Moreover, this matter isn't over. Senior brother Chen paid no attention to Xiao Ye's flabbergasted expression, and he spoke coldly before he left with his group. Senior Brother Qin, why did you do that? Xiao Yi was on the verge of being stunned. He killed the Mirror Emperor. Senior Brother Qin spoke indifferently from afar. He killed the Mirror Emperor? In an instant, Xiao Yi and the others were flabbergasted, and it was even to the extent that their countenances turned ghastly pale. Killing the Mirror Emperor was undoubtedly one of the top 10, and it was an outstanding military merit. Never had they imagined that Lu Qingfeng's big brother's backer would be so formidable. Lu Qingfeng, speak nicely to them. Remember not to use force. If there's any enmity that you can't let go of, then let's fight. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't even spare a glance at Xiao Yi and the others, and he left with Fairy Danxia and the others. However, he'd left behind a single sentence. Of course, if they're stubborn, then use your shoes to greet them. Alright, big brother. Lu Qingfeng had already started to remove his shoes, and he'd even sniffed both of them. The other one smelled worse, so he'd used it to slap their faces. On the other hand, Lin Ling and the others were heading towards the martial god's barracks, and the sound of drums shot into the sky as they approached. The surroundings were filled with armored soldiers with cold expressions and terrifying auras. Obviously, it was time to award the military merit. The battle hadn't started yet, but the entire square was filled with excited voices. As for the geniuses in the distance who'd been eliminated, they were looking at the scouts in the square with envy. After Lin Ling and the others arrived at the square, numerous gazes shot towards Lin Ling. Especially the geniuses who'd participated in the battle against the Mirror Emperor, their expressions were extremely solemn, because they'd finally seen the mysterious miracle child once more. He's here. This fellow stole our military merit. Don't worry, no matter how strong he is, he's still inferior to us. Falling flower, flowing water, and the others were staring at Lin Ling with eyes filled with rage. Because it was Lin Ling who'd stolen their military merit. However, even though they were furious, they relaxed when they thought about how Lin Ling was still inferior to them. Perhaps, this was the only consolation they had. As for Lin Ling, who was the center of attention, he had a calm expression on his face. It was as if he didn't know that he'd attracted the attention of all the scouts. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.